Hello. Can you throw satchel charges? I just threw one.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Fucking hell, Stace. Right, fucking hell, let's give that a go then, yeah?
Yeah.
Got no idea what I'm doing. Oh, I did it! Oh! Ah, shit, fucking hell, Stace. I fucking broke my back. We're good, there's a health bar. We're just gonna fly away.
Oh, nice, nice.
Oh my god!
Yep.
Oh shit! I can't believe that! I can't believe that! No. Whoa! Oh my god!
Call me if some Albanians show up in some shitty page willing. Those are the guys I owe money to.
What is the zoom doing? What is this? What's this game? I hate this. I can't see. Fuck that. Oh, fucking hell, I had to pause it.
Get out of here.
It's a bit risky there, Davey. Quite like that. But, let's see what happens. Well, we see how fast we can go. Okay. Oh! 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 Fuck! Oh no! No! Get out! Don't drown! Do not fucking drown!
Oh, these things made it. Oh my god, look at the back here.
Look at the wheel! Oh fuck! I'm still alive! Oh my god, I'm still alive. No! No! It's pushing me back! It's pushing me back! I can't move! Oh! You're joking! Fucking hell! Donut. Press F to wake up. Let's wake up. Oh fuck. Alright.
Hey, I can actually do it anyway. Here, you want?
Hey, hold on. I've got a package on that. Oat! I need to get the package. Oh my god. I'll take a, You're joking! Just let me finish the game. Yes! Who's there? Fuck off. Oh no! Oh shit! Ah shit. My stagecoach got stuck. Ah fuck. Go away, you weirdo. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that we are offering free taxis home for those who are mourning.
Dude, get off the stage.
Okay, I'm leaving. Good evening. Hello. Thank you very much, Valden Cat. I wasn't really sure what to do this evening, and I had one idea, but it looks like my one idea might be... Well, I had a few ideas, but one of my few ideas might be already eliminated, you see. I wanted to do a wee stream tonight because I've not been on recently, and the reason I've not been on recently is because I keep falling asleep in the evening because my sleep schedule's all broken. I've been getting into the habit of falling asleep at like 4 or 5 in the evening, and then waking up at like pretty much midnight, maybe a little bit before midnight. So obviously I've just been sleeping right through whenever I would be streaming, and last night I didn't actually fall asleep because I did it again, didn't I? I woke up at about 11 or something and couldn't sleep all night. And I was very close to having a wee lie down earlier, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I didn't do it. So I thought I'll stream because that's going to keep me awake. That'll keep me awake and stuff, so. But anyway, I'm here. I wasn't really sure what I was going to stream. I had to get a new light. I had to get a new bulb in this little lamp I've got next to my desk. It like, the one I've got still works, but it's like incredibly dim. It just went dim all of a sudden. So anyway, I could go on at 11, but I don't think anybody's around at 11. I don't think anybody is nobody's here. Nobody would be here to actually watch between 11 and like 3 in the morning. I don't think. I could do that though, but I don't think anyone that follows me is around at that time. The bulb I had lasted me a good long time. It lasted me about 5 years, so I can't really complain. In fact, you can see it. It's in the background. Right there. See it? I can zoom in quite a lot, haven't I? There's the old bulb. Can I put this back to the way it was now? It's a big bulb. In fact, you know what I could have done? I could have just shown you the bulb here, because it's the same bulb. It's a big bulb. Ah, hang on. I was going to check out this. Look at this. Oh, it's hot. The bottom's hot. Look at that for a light bulb. Big golf ball thing. Golf ball shaped bulb. It's a vintage bulb. Well, vintage style bulb. It's technically an LED light. I didn't actually realize there was LED until I had to It's an LED. It's an LED. It's an LED. I didn't realize it was an LED, but it's actually an LED. I didn't realize I've had the bulb behind me for like 5 years, and I always thought it was a not fluorescent. What do you call it? A filament bulb. And it wasn't until I went out and I was like, I kept the box because I was like, I'm going to keep the box for that bulb that I got 5 years ago, so I know what one to get. And it wasn't until I looked at the bulb it said it was an LED, and it's 2.5 watts. It's like so low. It's not a bright bulb anyway, but it's like 2.5 watt bulb. Remember, I used to get 100 watt bulbs. I used to work in a hardware store. It was like my first job, part-time job. Apart from doing the cake round, I used to sell cakes. But my first job was a part-time. My first job when I was in school was worked in a hardware store, and we used to sell the 100 watt bulbs. And then it announced, then the government announced they're banning 100 watt bulbs. And then when did they get banned? Yeah, January 2012. That lines up. I was working there in January 2012. Or was it? I think I left. I think I left that place like a couple months later. But I remember everybody coming in and stockpiling bulbs. Everybody coming in and stockpiling 100 watt bulbs. I couldn't even imagine 100 watt bulbs. That must be so bright. I was the only employee there, and I got made redundant. It was me and the guy who owned it. And I was his only employee, and he made me redundant. So, that is what it is. He paid me off, basically. It was alright, though. It was fine. I didn't really mind. I couldn't decide of what to do. I was going to go on GTA, but I was like, it's a bit late. I feel like it was maybe a little bit too late to start going on GTA, and I also don't think there's that many people on. And I was already envisioning me going on and just driving around for a bit and finding nobody and then logging off. And I didn't want to put myself through that. And I bought the game Fear. I've already got Fear 3. You know what? Fear 3 was like the first game I ever bought for my original gaming computer that I bought that I built before this one. I remember I went out and I built it. I built this gaming computer back in like 2015. End of 2015, I built my first gaming computer, and it was in December, start of December, and I was living with my mum, and my mum decided that December in the run up to Christmas was like the perfect time for some reason to change internet provider, and then the new internet provider wasn't working, so then we had to arrange to change back to the old internet provider, but we couldn't get that done because it was too close to Christmas, so we had to wait till after Christmas for us to get internet again. And I just literally built this gaming computer, and I was like all excited to play games and stuff over Christmas, and I had no internet access. So I was like, what am I going to do? So I went to like game. I went out to the shops to game, and I had to look to see what games you could buy on disc. And one of the few games I could see that I was half interested in was Fear 3. So I bought that. I bought that on the disc and installed it, and I played that over Christmas. So anyway, that's the reason why I only bought Fear 1 and 2. Because I could have bought the bundle, but I've already got Fear 3. So I bought Fear 1 and 2, and I was thinking that might be fun to play, because they were dirt cheap. But it turns out Fear... Let me show you. I wonder if you can see this. I wonder if it'll show you the frame rate. I don't think it will actually, because it's like a Steam frame rate counter that doesn't show in the game capture. But well, let's see. I might have fixed itself. I don't think it has though. Oh wait, it seems a bit better. But when I first booted this up, I was getting 4 frames a second, like 3 frames a second or something. Now I'm getting 25 frames a second, and I looked it up, and apparently, yeah, like this game runs terribly on modern hardware, out the box. Terribly on modern hardware. You have to download like a patch somebody's made to make it, you know, take full advantage of the hardware. So I'm running at 25 frames a second, and I was planning to play this, and I'd already knew in advance that it didn't run great, but I didn't think it was this bad. I mean, it's a lot better compared to the first time I booted it up and went to the menu. I was getting like literally 3 frames a second. Now I'm getting 24 frames a second. So I was gonna play Fear, but I don't know. I might try and figure out this patch somebody's made to fix the performance, then come back to it. Let me just see. Let me just see performance. Is that gonna pick settings for me? Test settings. Let's see what frame rate I get in the kit. I'm getting 20 frames a second, 21 frames a second. It's not great. This is the benchmark. The performance benchmark. 21 frames a second. I'm not playing this on 21 frames a second. 19 frames a second. You know what's kind of amazing? The fact that, like, this is basically how a lot of, like, PlayStation 3 games run. And it was deemed acceptable. Some PS3 games ran even worse than this, man. How you doing, 5 past 2? Oh, there's the results. There's the results. This is a game. Oh, DHP. Oh my. Oh no, I totally forgot about it. I totally forgot about DHP. Every time it comes round, I'm like, I'm going to play, and then I always end up forgetting or something. It started last night. I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the mood to go on Rust in general just now. Oh my god. I feel like I need a plan. I feel like I need a plan of what I'm going. Is there a roleplay element to it? Oh god, I don't know what to do. The charity event is tomorrow. Build the cube. I don't think I don't think I can build the cube this in a couple hours. This vanilla gather. No way am I gonna get the cube built in time. I wasn't sure what to stream tonight. I knew I wanted to come on. I don't know if I've got it in me, man, to go and Rust. I think if I was going to go and Rust, I need to go in a little bit earlier in the night. I don't think it's worth going on now. If I'm going on Rust, I like to go in early, you know? Try going earlier. Like, at least 8 o'clock, like no later than 8. Because I feel like it takes me about an hour to actually wrap my head around what I want to do. Half the time. Okay, so I can't do that. Here's my options. I've got that. So I found... okay. I should maybe preface this by saying... I don't even know... Oh, yeah. Over the last few nights, I've become very interested in the Titanic and boats in general. Don't ask why or how. And I think I've always been interested in it, right? But it just kind of sort of came to me again. I've always been interested in that kind of stuff. And I found a Titanic interactive game almost. It's not really a game, it's more like somebody's created the Titanic and you can explore the ship and walk about on it. And I found that and I downloaded it and I thought maybe it would be kind of cool to stream it. The Titanic. I'll be honest, I think tonight's going to be a mishmash of absolute random stuff because I really don't know what I'm going to do. I just know I want to stream because if I don't stream, I'm going to fall asleep and it's going to ruin my sleep schedule. You went to the Titanic exhibition. Oh, I wanted to go there. It's in the Luxor, isn't it? I really wanted to go to that when I was in Las Vegas, but I never got to. I'll show you this. Let me show you it. I've been watching loads of stuff on YouTube about the Titanic and other boat disasters. I wonder if this is going to capture my screen. Oh, it does. So this is a game. Maybe I may as well put the game because I think it's got a game category. It's called Titanic: Honor and Glory. I think it's in VR because I think it's got a VR mode because Steam VR seems to start up when I do this. Let me see if it's got a category in OBS for us. Maybe not. Either that or OBS just isn't working anymore. Okay, we'll just go with it. So this is a demo. It's still in demo. Apparently this has been in the making for like 10 years or something. It's incredibly detailed and it's actually very taxing on the hardware. Some bits of it are anyway. There's like ray tracing support, but I've not got that turned on. So apparently like 30% of the boat has been modelled and there's lots more to come, like a VR mode, which might be in it because when I started it up, it seemed to load up Steam VR in the background. So I wonder if I could try that maybe another day. It's got the option to like you can like run the playback the sinking of the Titanic in real time. All this stuff. It's got loads of stuff coming. But at the minute it's still in a demo state. So I know you can't see it, but I'm gonna pick day or night, and here we can load into first class, second class, or third class as a starting point, and then we can kind of wander around. We can wander around the ship and do whatever we want. It's not individual levels, it's just like a starting point. Oh, the game crashed. Well, that's not very good, is it? Hang on. Let me try this again. Hang on. Let me try this again. I wonder... Okay. I'm giving you a heads up. This is going to be a very shoddy stream. Please set your expectations low. Okay, let's try this again. We're in the Titanic. Or we're on the Titanic, maybe is a better word. Can we see out the window? Stained glass. So we can... I was on this yesterday and I was trying to figure out how to get to the very front of the ship. But I've never been able to figure it out. I can figure out how to get to the back, but I can't figure out how to get to the front. Some doors don't work, that one doesn't work. So this is first class run. You know what, I was watching another video today about the Titanic, right? What happened to Nicola? I don't know. Do you know? The clock will be set backwards at midnight. 49 minutes. What? I'll be honest, I've not really been keeping up to date with it. Oh, this is the third. Wait, this is the staff sleeping quarter, I think. Yeah. I know who she is, and I know like she's missing, but I don't really know. I don't know. I don't know too much about it, or what the latest is. Let's have a look at first class. Passengers are encouraged. Oh. This is a message to me. You think she left? Do you think she's fled? Fled? Oh, there's the water. Any icebergs out there? I was watching a video about how accurate the movie was, James Cameron's movie was, to the actual real life events and the ship itself. And then something interesting that I learned was that in the dining rooms in the movie, all the dining or especially where the main actors are sitting, there's a desk, like a table light in the middle of the dining table, which looks normal because, you know, that's maybe something that you'd have. But the real Titanic didn't have lights. Oh, what's this room? The real Titanic didn't have table lights on the dining tables. And the reason that they wanted to have them on there in the movie was more to get the actors and actresses having their faces lit properly for filming. Otherwise, it was going to cast shadows over the face and it wasn't going to look very good. Oh, have you got this? Hop on, let's RP on it. Actually, no, let's not RP on it. That sounds bad. I didn't mean it like that. I'll be Jack, and you can be, what's her face? In fact, you can be Jack. Your character is Jack. I'm trying to figure out how to get to the very front of the ship, but I can't. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can get to the front. First class entrance. I want to see if there's Oh, there's graphic settings. I can't figure out how to get to the front of the boat. I can get to the back. Easy. Can I go up ladders? No. Well, I thought I could get to the back easy. I don't know how to get to the back now. I don't know why you can crouch. There's a crouch mechanic. I don't know what I would need to crouch for. Oh wait, is this going to take me to the front? Or is this the back? Fuck, I'm at the back, haven't I? So how do I get to the front? I don't even know if I can get to the front. What should... yeah, those scientists. That's funny. Scientists. I don't know how to get to the front. I can get to the back easy enough, so I'll go to the front. I would think intuitively, right, I'll run down the furthest end. I'll just run down here and I'll get outside eventually, but what's in here? Oh, it's the barbers. I've not seen this before. Oh, they've got a little barber shop. That's fancy. Is that like the bow? That's it. The bow of the ship. Locker. I think this was a first class exclusive. Barbers 7 and 7. So I'm gonna run down this way and just see what I find, right? What's this? Okay. So now you can't go in these rooms. There's rooms that are like kind of a wee bit open, but you can't go in. What does it say? Notice to passengers. The White Star Line has provided a safe in the office of the purser. Purser? In which passengers may deposit money, jewels, or ornaments for safekeeping. Oh, the company will not be liable to passengers for the loss of money. Look at the reflection in the switch. See the reflection of the world in that? That's kind of wild. Well, you know, the only boat which goes to the USA is the Queen Mary 2. So that's your only option. From the UK anyway, I think. I'm pretty sure anyway. Oh yeah, this is the second class. This is a second class room. How do I get outside there? How do I get out there? I don't know. You know what I was about to say? I was about to say, why is there no power sockets? But you wouldn't need any power sockets, would you, in 1912? What would you need a power socket for? Yeah, I can't figure out how to get... Let's go down a floor. So... Is this second class? We're in. I wish I'd give you more signs to indicate what class we were currently in. To deck. Oh, D deck. This would make a great horror game. I think. This setting, just like, I'm not talking about the Titanic specifically, but like a boat, on a boat. With these tight corridors, narrow corridors. What have we got down here? Oh my god, oh, it's the squash court. That actually gave me a fright. Yeah, there's a squash court down here. What's down this way? Oh wait, there's the squash court. That sound gave me a fright as well. I can't figure out how to get to the bow. The bow? The bow, the front. The bow. This is the mail room. Oh. Oh. Luggage. Ah, the luggage. I've not been in this room before. I was reading about or watched a video about another, and I vaguely remember it. I can't remember the name of the boat now, but I remembered that when they were talking about it. 2012, like a cruise liner sunk. Okay, I think I can't go any further than this. Yeah. I think we're at the bottom of the bottom. Then something else I learned actually. With the Titanic, right? I've been in. I don't know if I've been in them. I tested this out yesterday, last night, and I was in the big dining halls. I don't know how to get to the front. Maybe that's not been mapped out yet. Maybe they've not got doorways that lead there. But I was assuming you'd be able to get to the front of the boat. But maybe not. Maybe you know. Have you been? Did you figure it out, Blender? E-deck. Can't remember. This is like where all the staff sleep. Oh yeah, I was saying, so one of the things with what I was reading about is that the Titanic had one of the things which made it seem unsinkable, right, was it had a bunch of new safety measures in, and one of them was the bottom of the boat was like double lined, so it was like air gapped, the very bottom of the boat, so if you pierced through it, there was another layer there keeping the water out, which hadn't been done before, and that was in case the ship like hit off the ground, hit off like the rocks on the seabed if it was in shallow water. So if it pierced through, it didn't actually end up sinking the ship. Double hull. That's what I was trying to think of, Mr. Norma. Double hull. But they never did it for the sides of the hull. So the sides were still single layered, right? But the bottom was double layered. Bit daft, isn't it? We're in the Titanic, Drummond. F deck. And then another thing I was reading about, you know how they had all the sections, what do you call them? Like the, I can't remember the term. You'll probably know now, Mr. Normal. What were they called again? They had like the hull segmented into like 10 different spaces, and they could close off the doors to each of them to prevent the water from, getting into each compartment. But what they didn't do, which was I thought was a bit daft, was they just had it super high. They had the walls inside super high, so the water could, in theory, go over the top of each segment into the other one, into the one next to it. And that's basically the reason why it sunk. The watertight bulkheads, which weren't really watertight because they didn't have a top to them. They weren't actually sealed entirely, If you filled it up, if you kept filling it up, eventually it would flow into the next bulkhead, and then that would flow into the next bulkhead. So I'm just like, if you just put a roof on those bulkheads, so the water, if it got into one bulkhead, it couldn't overflow into the next bulkhead. Surely you'd want to do that. Don't know. What's this room? This is very fancy. I've never been in here before. What is this? There's a sign. Oh, Turkish baths. Look at this. Whoa, I wasn't expecting that. I don't know what that is. What room is this? Is there a... Looks like an iron lung or something. Imagine I went back in and he was gone. I don't know what I don't know what he is. I don't know what this is. Looks like an X-ray machine. Oh, he doesn't even have a body. He's got like a... It goes up to like his chest, and then he doesn't have any legs. I don't know what this is. Well, that's weird. I can see like right through him from this side. I can see right through his neck. I think it's a magic trick. Yeah. Oh, I've never been down here. This is all new. Ooh. That's what I said, David. It looks like an iron lung. This is a shower. Oh, I just thought of what we can do. Who wants to watch Titanic 3? Titanic 3. That's right, Titanic 3. I've already watched Titanic 2. It's really bad. Really, really, really bad. And Titanic 3 is also apparently really, really bad, and I believe it. Titanic 2 is basically in 2012, 100 years on from the Titanic, they rebuild the Titanic and try to like do the route again. 100 years on, they rebuild it. Well, it's not like a replica, but it's like it's meant to be like a modern version of the Titanic called Titanic 2. And they basically do the route again, and obviously it ends up sinking. So there's a Titanic 3, which has kind of got like a horror theme to it. It's kind of like a scary horror movie, I think. I wonder if I don't know if it's on YouTube, right? So it's not like it's illegal to stream or watch. It's on YouTube. The full movie's on YouTube. I just wonder if it's going to be TOS. I just don't know if it's going to have anything TOS in it. Emergency door. Is this like a sauna room? I want a deck. Do I? Okay, right, I'll try find a deck. A deck. I find it at a deck. Right, we're on F. E. C. I want A. Right, okay. I'm pretty sure I've like... Okay, so A. I'm on A. So I need to find a way... I need to find my way outside. What's above A deck? What's that called? Is that just not called anything? So like I can get outside here, but I can only get to the back. Down there's the back of the promenade. Oh. I can get to the back of the boat from there. This staircase is the staircase in the movie. If you remember the movie. When Rose or whatever her name comes down. Front would be a lower deck, right? Yeah. But I'm pretty sure, I don't think you can get there. I just don't think they've modelled it yet. I don't think they've put in the doors or whatever to get there. A or B. Passengers refrain from throwing into the pan any substance likely to choke the pipes. Okay. Wait, hang on. I'm lost. This way? No. This is the way I just came from. Is it? Right, this way. Let's go down this way. I don't think you can get out to the front. I just don't think they've added it in yet. I'll go down here and I reach a dead end. There's the front. There's what I'm trying to get to. Oh. Down a floor? Take the elevator? No, it doesn't work. Okay, down a floor. Door doesn't open. I just don't think you can do it yet. Ooh. Very dark mirrors. I don't think you can go. I don't think you can get to the front. You can't open this door. Unless there's a door at the side, but there's a door here. It's a very bright room. But oh. Oh, Blender, that reminds me. I found there's a GTA 5 Titanic mod. Looked up the Queen Elizabeth II. I looked up as well. My grandpa used to work on the Queen Elizabeth I. In fact, for Titanic 2, for the exterior shots, I wish I could no clip. For the exterior shots on Titanic 2, and actually for the filming on the ship, they used the Queen Mary 1. They used the original Queen, the first Queen Mary, which is like a boat hotel now, restaurant. It's still about, but it's not in service. And they used that for a lot of the filming for Titanic 2, the movie, which makes no sense because it's meant to be a brand new boat, and they're using a boat which was built in like the 30s or something. And you can see it's like an ancient boat, but they're like trying to pass it off as if it's like some marvel of engineering, the latest in boating technology. And it's like, just looks so old. There's like rust everywhere. Okay, well, I guess we can't get to, we can't recreate that iconic Titanic scene. B deck. I've been able to find a third class room. I've been able to find a second class room, like accommodation room. I was on this yesterday, and I can't find like a room that I can go into, like an open door room that I can just go in. That's in the first class. Like, I'm pretty sure this is all first class, but none of these doors open. Usually, for each of the other, for second and third class, they have like a room with the door open and you can have a look inside it, but I've not been able to find one in first class. It's free. Yeah, it's free. Is this your first class bathroom or something? All free. They've not got the entire ship modelled, but they've got, I think they say they've got 30% of it modelled. Look how narrow these corridors, look how narrow this is. The closest I can get, so I found this. I got out here yesterday, but they've strategically placed these deck chairs in a way so that you can't get beyond them. And this is on deck A, so I can get outside on deck A, but I can't get out. I'm kind of boxed in. Let's try the other side. Yeah, looks like it's just the same. Oh, we got a revolving door. Ooh, that's fancy. I've not been through this yet. Ooh. Ooh. Very posh. Is this the first class lounge? Think they'd have an electric fire? Would they have electric fires like that? They wouldn't have a real fire, surely, would they? can't figure. This is like the most confusing thing ever, man. It's down here. Have I been down here? Oh. Oh! Oh, I found a new room! What's this? Who's this? Whose room's this? Communications. This is the guy giving the Morse code. Tom Swift and his wireless message. So did he just live in here? I guess. This is his sleeping quarters. Ooh. Station diagram. Fancy. What's that? Buckets of... What is that? Buckets of what? Chloride accumulator. What are these buckets of? Looks like sand. It's not going to be sand though, is it? Sand in case of fire. Oh. Okay. I think I was going this way. Can I go in here? No. No, no, that's a good point. Yeah, it would be sand. I guess I was right. It did look like sand. Oh, here it is. This is the captain's deck. What I don't understand is I found 3 wheels on this boat. There's one at the very back, then there's one here, and then there's one here. Are they all used to steer the boat if you just happen to be in a particular part of the ship? Just different places you can be to turn the ship if you want. Different rudders? You sure? I think it was not just one big rudder. Stabilizers. So I can't, this is the furthest I've figured out how to get to. I can't figure out how to get any closer to the front than this. But there's the Titanic. That was kind of cool, wasn't it? Can't go through this bit. Invisible wall. Can't go up the ladders. That was the compass. So I can't decide. I want to have a look at something. I want to check. I want to see what movie rating Titanic 3's got. Has it even been given like a, like, is it a 12? Is it a PG? What is it? I'm trying to find out. There's Titanic 3D. What is Titanic 3D? Oh, it's the actual Titanic, but it's in 3D. I would watch I'd watch Titanic. Do you want to watch the trailer for it? We put the trailer for Titanic 3 on. I'm just worried in case it hits it with like some crazy nudity or something that I'm not expecting. But I mean, it's Titanic, right? Are they gonna do that? Yeah, but that was James Cameron's Titanic. Titanic Double D. Okay, well, there's your tour of the Titanic, or what I can get to. Did you know that only 3 of the 4 chimneys were for the engine? Only 3 out of the 4 chimneys had smoke come out of them. The back one, the 4th one at the very back, didn't. It was decorative, and it was used for ventilation for the kitchen when they're cooking food. That's where all the steam and stuff went. Maybe it was to do with weight distribution as well. Let's have a look at. Well, there we go. There's your tour of the Titanic. Let's have a look at Titanic 3. Titanic 666. Titanic 666. Let me see if I can find. Got ads. Hang on. Okay, here we go. This is Titanic 666, aka Titanic 3. It only came out last year. This is a 2022 movie. Hang on. Oh, why can you not see that? What? Okay, yeah, that looks better. For some reason, yeah, I don't know why I was doing that. Oh, this is all weird. Whatever. Okay, here's Titanic. Titanic 666.
I'm on the deck of the Titanic when I started hearing something.
A 110 years after the launch of the original, Titanic 3.
I'll say the CG looks better in this than it does in Titanic 2. That looks pretty good, actually.
Titanic 3 will set sail in just a few hours on the same path as her namesake.
Oh my God, look at this ship!
What accent's that? Is that California?
Okay,
That looks good. That looks on par with James Cameron's. So it's only, that looks about as good as 1997. That looks about as good as James Cameron. So
okay, it's gonna be the
I almost want to watch Titanic 2 again, just to show you how bad it was.
of my life. Ah!
Maybe I can show you a trailer for Titanic 2.
Cosplayers, mediums, relatives, and as you know, priceless relics from the original Titanic disaster.
Full throttle. Full throttle.
To the best crew on the Atlantic! We are in open water!
Haunted Waters.
On behalf of the White Star Lines, we'd like to welcome you aboard this maiden voyage of Titanic 3.
So you thought you could just steal these from their final resting place?
I preserve them so their memories can live on.
I bet you're gonna want to know what hidden treasures are around here.
What did you do?
Oh.
I call on you, you spirit!
I don't know if I could show that blood. I know it's not real blood, but I don't know if I'm allowed to do, if I would be allowed to do that on Twitch. I mean, I don't know. Video games show blood all the time.
Rise!
Is it okay if it's in a movie? Is it different if it's in a movie?
How long has this been happening?
You are on hallowed water and you have desecrated it.
Looks Oscar worthy. Do you want to see the trailer for Titanic 2? Or Titanic 2? Trailer. This is the best quality. It's like 240p or something. Yep, 240p. So this boat here is actually the Queen Mary. And they just like CG'd Titanic 2 onto the side of it.
100 years later, the world's greatest ship.
Most sophisticated ship ever created, the Titanic 2.
Let's make history.
Will sail again.
Look.
Have another one of your bad feelings, Captain?
You could say that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If I could have your attention, please.
On the same day, The same course. And the same fate.
At the same time.
Requiring immediate assistance.
Looks like history's repeating itself.
You understand me, Captain? There's another wave coming.
Find out how fast this thing is moving.
Whatever you're gonna do it fast!
Titanic 2.
It wasn't an iceberg this time, it was a tsunami. What is this, right? What is this? Titanic 2 Jack's back. Wait, there's two. Wait, what? Jack's back. Concept trailer. Parody. Titanic 2 Jack's back. This one's got 30 million views. You know, it'd be good if it was 100 years later and he came and Jack floated back to the shore in an ice cube because he froze in the water and he didn't actually die. He just became preserved like a caveman. Frozen. And then they thawed him out and then he did something.
Now 5,000 miles from land. And you're descending 7 miles to the bottom of the ocean.
The heart of the ocean diamond. We spent weeks searching for it. She dropped it in the ocean. Now, we're going back.
My God. What is it? Babe, give me a line to the colonel.
It's Jack!
What you people discovered is bigger than we ever thought possible.
That's from the day after. You know what movie that's from? Who knows what movie this is from? This scene with the helicopters. It's so funny because this movie is exactly what I thought Titanic 2 is pretty much based off of.
48 hours ago.
This scene, this clip here, that's from The Day After Tomorrow. And when I was watching Titanic 2, I was just thinking, this is exactly like The Day After Tomorrow, but there's a boat in the water.
48 hours ago, we found something quite remarkable.
This is a scientific breakthrough. Can we really do this? He's been frozen for over 100 years.
No! This is literally the movie I just described. This is literally the movie I just described.
You, my friends, will all be immortalized as the people who made this discovery. Welcome back to life.
Yeah, he's gonna hunt down Rose.
Can you feel?
What's that? What movie is that from? I don't know what movie is that from. Shutter Island or something?
Your whole body?
What the fuck is going on here? Who are you? Who are you? Tell me.
Jack, Rose is a very old woman.
He's gonna go find Rose.
She probably won't.
I think she looks older than that now.
Remember you. Jack, Rose passed away last night. I think she was waiting for you.
Who knows about this? Everyone. Before I died, I thought there was nothing after death.
Wait, Titanic 2 Rise of the Clones? Is this what tonight's is going to be? Just what's Rise of the Clones?
At Amazon, discover electrifying offers, epic deals.
Is it going to be like... It's like Jurassic Park, but instead of the DNA being preserved in amber or whatever, they've taken Jack's DNA preserved in ice and they've cloned him. Like they would do with like a woolly mammoth or something. And now they've got an army of Jacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, for over 100
2053.
years, we've marveled at the mystery of Titanic. But what if I told you we don't...
It's not really a mystery. Everybody knows what happened to it. What's the mystery around the Titanic? Everybody knows everything there is to know.
What if I told you we don't need to imagine? What if I told you we could discover exactly what happened that fateful night?
We already know what happened that night.
Over the last 100 years, tiny fragments of bone have become trapped in ice. We've sent a reconnaissance droid to the bottom of the ocean. We simply drill through the ice and extract the DNA.
It is!
This is cutting-edge tech.
I just described this movie.
Technology.
This is literally what I said. It's literally clips from Jurassic Park.
We can create a perfect clone. A living twin with all the same DNA and all the same memories.
So you're bringing people back to life?
In a word, yes.
She's a brilliant scientist. Her great-great-grandmother was on the Titanic.
This one right here. He'll be the first.
His name is Jack. How is this even possible?
Let's begin.
Our scientists have done things which nobody's ever done before.
Yeah, but your scientists were so preoccupied
Like Kate Winslet.
They didn't stop to think of the shot.
I don't even know what this movie is trying to tell us the story of. I don't even know what it's... Did they clone them? Did they clone the two of them? Did they clone Jack and... Thingy? Rose? They cloned them and they brought them back to life. Coming soon.
What the fuck is going on?
Go get the shock.
Oh man, there's so many. I love it. How does this make any sense? Like everything here is everything in like the suggested videos based off of this is Titanic, Titanic, Titanic. And then Michael Jackson Super Bowl halftime show. Is that 1993 or something? Then back to Titanic. What's that all about? Well, we try watch Titanic 666. I want to watch it. I'm just scared in case it does some if there's any TOS stuff in it. I mean, I don't know if there is or not, but I know it's because it's in incognito mode, but I'm like, surely what's that got to do with Titanic? But we try watch Titanic 666. And if I feel like it's going to be TOS-y or whatever, I'm going to turn it off, right? But let's see. Let's enjoy this together. Everybody ready? Is it? Is there? Oh, okay, yeah. Is there websites? Okay, let's not watch it then. Let's not watch it then. Good. Thanks for telling me that, David. Let's not do that then. What do you want to watch? What was that? What was this? What was the other boat? There was another boat I was reading about. Let me see if I can find it. What was it? The Costa Cordina. Costa Concordina. Concordia. Corcordina. Costa Concordia. That's it. Corcondina. Such an idiot. I was watching a little video about this earlier. That's the only scene listed. Do you think we could get away with it, David? I'm going to let you decide. I'm going to let you be the judge. Okay, let's go for it. Let's just go for it. Buckle up. Get popcorn. Or nachos if you get nachos at the cinema. Or what else can you get? Can't remember. Here we go. Titanic 3. It's only 480p, right? So bear with me. I think this is it. Let me see if there's another one. No. Oh wait, maybe this one. What's this one? Okay, I think we'll go with the one on the official channel for it. Oh, watch this cruise. Pacific Sun Cruise Line on very heavy seas. Is that the name of the video? Hang on. I've been like dead into Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen this. Not this. It's kind of funny because you've got no like the camera's like totally on the same level, right? It's not tilting, so you don't see the tilt. Looks like there's just a ghost. Looks like there's a ghost just pulling stuff around. What the? Why are they using this music? Hang on, I've got better music. I do the HelloFresh one. There's no point. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna wait for like I don't know. I was thinking of something really ridiculous, like I don't even know. These are huge. These boats are huge. Let me have a look. Well, here you go. Titanic versus modern cruise ship size comparison. Tiny. Look at that. That's crazy. I'm not sure how accurate that is. I mean, it's probably pretty accurate though. I find it hard to believe it's that small though. Is it really that small? Here we go. I like vaguely remember this at the time. Oil tankers are humongous. Yeah, they're like, or just like not even necessarily oil, just like cargo in the like storage containers. They're humongous as well, man. Yeah, I remember this at the time. I remember this in like the news, but I never really looked at it that much.
What's up guys, my name is Jake. I remember on the evening of January 13th, 2012, I saw a news report claiming that
I'd love to go on a boat. I'd love to go on like a cruise. Even after seeing all this stuff, I think it'd be super cool.
a Costa cruise ship had run aground off the coast of Italy. It wasn't until the following morning when the first pictures began emerging that I saw the full extent of a tragedy that would not only change the cruise industry forever, but would become the most infamous ship disaster.
I looked up the size of this boat compared to the Titanic, and this is, I mean, this is probably a lot taller. Jake? Oh, do you know this guy? Or you know of him? This, you know, his channel? I looked up the size comparison from this to Titanic, and this is only a little bit like longer, but it's probably a lot taller. It'll be a lot taller, but it's not that much
disaster next to
it's not that much longer.
Today I wanted to tell the incredible and truly unfathomable story of the sinking of the Costa.
You know what, I was going to subscribe to him. I've not subscribed to him, but after watching this video I was going to earlier because I liked it.
Concordia. So Costa, or Costa Cruise Lines, however you want to pronounce it, is owned by the Carnival Corporation. It was founded in the mid-1800s and eventually became a pretty prominent European cruise line. It was eventually purchased by Carnival in 2000 and began building ships based on the designs already proving very successful for Carnival. Costa then began ordering ships based off the general design of Carnival's Conquest class, just another 4,000 tons larger. In 2004, Costa ordered the first ship of its brand new class. named the Costa Concordia. The vessel completed construction and entered service for Costa on June 30th, 2006 at the cost of $570 million.
That's huge, isn't
At
it?
the time, the ship was the largest in the Costa fleet. She was 952 feet long, had a beam of 100...
How do you even start to build something like that? How do you even wrap your head around it? I just have no idea how.
116 feet, spanned 13 public decks, and had a top speed of 23 knots. The Concordia was the new flagship vessel of the Costa fleet, and the company ensured that the ship would be the very best they had to offer. While it wasn't anything that drastically different than the previous Carnival and Costa vessels, it did feature a massive 2-story spa along with 4 pools. The ship's center pool featured an outdoor movie screen, and the kids/family pool would end from a twisting...
Oh, see, another thing that I learned about boats. I think my grandpa told me about this because he worked on ships and he's gone on loads of cruises. If you've got a boat, right, like a cruise liner, and it's got a swimming pool on the top, they have to have the swimming pool basically symmetrical. It's got to be symmetrical on the top of the boat to balance the weight. So if you go like a pool on the right side of the ship, you've got to have one on the left side of the ship. Everything's got to be symmetrical because the water weighs enough to like unbalance it. It's got to be symmetrical.
water slide. Below the top decks, the ship would feature...
Where did he get fresh water? I guess he just take the
5
salt out
restaurants,
from the
13
sea.
bars, and the grand atrium that soared 10 stories.
Maybe.
It was a culmination of everything the modern cruise industry had, and really was the new shining star for the Carnival Corporation. She truly was a modern, enormous cruise ship. The Costa Concordia had 1,502 guest cabins and 601 crew cabins, allowing the vessel to carry a maximum of 4,890 people. Following the Concordia, Costa ordered another 5 ships in its class, all being sisters to the Concordia. Captaining the vessel since its 2006 launch was Francesco Schettino, an Italian man who had been working for Costa since 2002. The Concordia began cruises catering to the Italian market, sailing mostly in the Mediterranean. She continued with regular cruises carrying hundreds...
What I also find hard to believe is, like, how is it still afloat? How is that still floating with all this weight on it? I mean, obviously, I know it makes sense, right? But when you just think about how much weight is on that, how much buoyancy this thing has.
Hundreds of thousands of passengers
It's crazy.
until early 2012, when one January night changed cruising forever. The Costa Concordia was starting its 7-day Mediterranean cruise, starting from the point of Cagliari on January 11, 2012. After its stop in Sicily, the vessel arrived in Civitavecchia, Italy on Friday the 13th, 2012. By sunset, the Costa Concordia had set sail on its way to Savona. The official course charted took the vessel directly down the center between Italy's mainland and the island of Giglio. However, deviation was made on the official route to take the vessel much closer to the island to perform what is known as a sail by salute. This was a deliberate action to take the ship relatively close offshore to give passengers a unique view of the island, and also as a nod to fellow sailors on land. This isn't really a new thing for cruise ships, nor is it new for the Concordia, which had performed this maneuver several times before, even for the island of Giglio. As night falls, the vessel is making its deviation course towards the island of Giglio. On the bridge, deck officers are guiding the ship as Captain Schettino is eating dinner. The officers on the bridge are instructed to keep at least 1,500 feet away from the island shore, as that was the determined safe distance. By 9:40 p.m., the Costa Concordia is moving at 15 knots and is about to make its turn for the island. The captain returns to the bridge along with his mistress. Yeah, I'll talk about that a little later. However, there was a miscommunication between the captain to the officer at helm on what the correct turning course should be. Because of the incorrect heading numbers, the turning radius of the ship to sail alongside the island was much wider than it should have been, which brought the colossal ship 659 meters closer to the shore than it was supposed to be. The Concordia is immediately ordered by the captain to turn 20 degrees to the right. Seconds later, at 9:40 10:44 p.m., the port side of the ship collides with underwater rocks, creating a 60-meter gash in the hull, breaching several watertight compartments. The Concordia
Just like the
immediately
Titanic,
lost
man.
power
Just like the Titanic.
in its generators and full propulsion from its 2 engines. Panic ensued in the main dining rooms where passengers had been eating as the ship's emergency generators kicked in. By 9:51, an announcement was made to passengers ensuring the situation had been under control and that technicians were working on fixing the problem.
We're currently in a blackout as we've experienced electrical failure. At this point, the situation is under control and our technicians are working to solve the situation. We'll give you further information. We're currently in a blackout. Our technicians are working to resolve the situation.
Il était en train de tourner comme ça vers la côte.
Thank you for your attention.
However, moments later, the bridge was informed that 3 compartments had been breached and that water has reached the main electrical panel. This was communicated to Costa Cruise Line's Crisis Center via Captain Scatino minutes later. By 10:07 p.m., the harbor contacts the Concordia.
You know what they need to do? Why not just fill... This is a great idea, actually. Why don't they just fill these bulkheads, like the air bulkheads, just fill them with like tires or something really buoyant. Fill that space with something incredibly buoyant in every bulkhead. So if a bit of water gets in, it's still going to float. Foam. Just put loads of foam in it.
However, the ship claims that the situation is only a blackout
something.
and that they have the situation under control. During this
Ping pong
time, the
balls.
deputy chief engineer meets with the officers
Exactly.
of the bridge to inform them that the flooding has appeared to reach compartments 4.
Just pack all of this with tires or something.
5, 6, and 7. At this point, the ship is starting to list as water fills the watertight.
And it might add a lot of weight, right? Having all these tires in there. But you're going to get that back in buoyancy. Surely. If it was to touch the water.
Compartments, and the passengers are making their way down to deck 4 where the lifeboats are located themselves.
Una volta che noi abbiamo finito di sistemare il problema che abbiamo elettrico del motore, il problema elettrico del generatore, tutto sarà calma. Per quello che abbiamo questa luce d'emergenza.
She's talking so much shit.
Captain Scatino did make the decision to let the ship drift into shallow water, where at worst case the vessel would rest on the seabed. However, as pumps failed, the flooding worsened, as did the ship's listing. Even at this time, not the captain nor Costa Cruise Lines contacted anyone for help. However, as the situation below decks worsened, and as passengers climbed into lifeboats themselves, finally, at 10:35 p.m., the bridge calls for an abandoned ship, and the emergency alarm is sounded. There are currently 4,229 people aboard the Costa Concordia. By now, all passengers and crew are making their way down to deck 4 and crowding around the lifeboats as one by one are launched. At 11 o'clock p.m., the ship is now listing on its starboard side more than 20.
When you get your next big idea, Grammarly's tone suggestions can help pitch it with confidence to get your team
5 degrees. By this point, any hope of the vessel being saved was gone, and as lifeboats continued to launch, the list continued to worsen. By now, the majority of the bridge officers had left their positions, including Captain Scatino, and by 11:30, the Costa Concordia's bridge had been abandoned. As water reached deck 4, the sinking of the ship accelerated as listing got to the point where
I mean,
when
like,
its water
the good
reached
thing
deck
is,
4,
right,
the
you could, if you're like, you know, able-bodied and like relatively fit, you could just like swim to these rocks, surely, right? It's not like it's not that bad.
Sinking of the ship accelerated as listing got to the point where lifeboats being launched from the port side was impossible. 80 people remained on the ship ascending down the side of the hull by a rope ladder, where rescue boats by the Coast Guard were waiting. Captain Scatino, however, had already returned to the shore where the Coast Guard began demanding him to return to the vessel.
We just watched videos of boats sinking all night. I guess it's going to be a night of just watching YouTube, isn't it? Oh, I'm going to get into my typical YouTube watching seating position where I just sort of recline and put my feet up.
vessel. He never did.
I'm still here though. Yeah, the captain left. Look how angry this Coast Guard is.
È chiaro? Io sto registrando questa comunicazione, comandante Schettino. Allora, comandante, le dico una cosa. Parli a voce alta. Allora, la nave adesso, io sono qua di fronte... Comandante, parli a voce... In questo momento, la nave è inclinata... Ho capito. C'è gente, ascolti, c'è gente che sta scendendo dalla biscaggina di prua. Lei quella biscaggina la percorre in senso inverso, sale sulla nave e mi dice quante persone e che cosa hanno a bordo, chiaro? Mi dice se ci sono bambini, donne o persone bisognose di assistenza e me ne dice il numero di ciascuna di queste categorie, è chiaro? Guardi Schettino che lei si è salvato forse dal mare, ma io la porto veramente molto male, faccio passare l'anima dei guai. Vado a bordo, cazzo! Comandante, per cortesia. Che sta facendo?
He's getting told, isn't he?
Sto qua per coordinare i soccorsi. Che sta coordinando lì? Vado a bordo, mi coordini i soccorsi da bordo. Lei si rifiuta? No, non mi sto rifiutando. Lei si sta rifiutando di andare a bordo, comandante? E mi dica qual è il motivo per cui non ci va. Sto andando perché ci sta l'altra lancia che si è fermata. Lei vada a bordo, è un ordine. Però ma si rende conto che è buio e che qua non vediamo nulla. E che vuole tornare a casa, Schettino? È buio, vuole tornare a casa? Salga sulla prua della nave tramite la biscaggina e mi dica ora.
The Coast Guard continued to rescue people still clinging to the side of the ship, as most residents living on the island of Giglio welcomed the stranded passengers into their homes. Because of the way the Costa Concordia drifted onto shore, the vessel rested on the shoreline rocks at around an 80-degree angle, with its starboard side completely submerged. By 6:17 a.m., rescue operations concluded.
You finished work, Bride? Oh, good.
And the rising sun revealed the true extent of the disaster.
Why do all these disasters happen overnight?
Since the vessel partially capsized on its starboard side, the gaping hole on the port side showed just how severe the impact was.
Big rock in the side of it.
Daylight also revealed that
Look at that.
three of the ship's portside lifeboats were never able to be launched, which is why so many people were left aboard the ship. As a result of the capsizing, 32 people had been killed, 27 of whom had been passengers and 5 being crew members, almost all of which had been trapped below as water rushed into the ship. Truly, I can't even begin to imagine the horror it would have been like. Bodies were recovered mostly on the lower decks, indicating people were trapped inside the vessel as it capsized. In the atrium elevators, 4 bodies had been discovered trapped inside, as well as another 9 bodies trapped in 2 other elevators. Soon after the wreck, Carnival and their insurance company had deemed the vessel a total loss as damages had exceeded $500 million. Oil and fuel had been extracted as salvage crews began working on removing the wreck. However, removing a 114,000-ton half-submerged cruise ship proved to be a pretty daunting task. The plan was to place a steel structure under the Concordia.
What?
And turn it upright. Massive buoyancy tanks were welded to the ship's port side, and on September 16th,
This is how all boats need to be designed in the future.
2013,
A big buoyancy tank just welded to either side of it. It's the only way that these boats can sail reliably now.
Concordia was turned upright, resting on the underwater platform. Turning the vessel upright showed just how unbelievably heavy the ship was as it rested on its side, completely crushing sections of the ship's steel balconies. Uprighting the vessel also allowed pictures to be taken inside, showcasing the true extent of the damage. It's so surreal to see a modern cruise ship have its interior slowly decay from being abandoned and untouched. Buoyancy tanks were fitted to the ship's other side, the starboard side, and the Concordia was slowly lifted off its platform, now freely floating. And on July 14th, the vessel was towed on its final voyage to the Italian port of Genoa, where the ship was completely gutted. Scrapping began by cutting sections of the ship apart, and by July of 2017, the Costa Concordia had been completely dismantled and sold for scrap metal. The total cost of the salvage operation was $1.2 billion. Following the disaster,
I bet you that captain feels a bit silly now.
the search to find who was responsible concluded with 6 arrests and prosecutions. Several of the Concordia's first officers were given jail sentences, most being under 2 years. Costa Cruise Line
I like how that seagull just totally photobombed.
First officers were given
Totally photobombed this photo.
jail sentences, most being under 2 years. Costa Cruise Line's crisis director, who Captain Scatino had been contacting during the event, had been given the longest sentence of the 5, with 2 years and 10 months. As for Captain Francesco Scatino himself, well, his story was, well, sketchy to say the least. He claimed that during the ordeal, he had been coordinating the rescue when he had slipped and stumbled into a lifeboat due to the listing of
Come on, man.
the ship. A video later emerged of what appeared to be Captain Scatino calmly standing at the railing on deck waiting to board a lifeboat, though he claimed that this was not him. It was also later revealed that he had been having an affair with a woman that he brought aboard the Concordia with no tickets. She, by the way, like I said earlier, was taken to the bridge of the vessel when all of this happened. However, he assured that she did not affect the disaster. He also claimed that he should not be responsible for the deaths of the 32 people aboard, as they were not killed as a result of the initial impact, and instead by the sinking. The only good thing Captain Scatino...
That's like saying, like, if you crash a car on purpose or something, it's like they didn't die because my car. It's like the whole, like, it's not speeding that kills you, it's the stopping, right? It's like driving at like 150 mile an hour and crashing a car, and then your passenger dies, and then you say, well, it's not really my fault because when I touched the other car, he was actually still alive. It was the sudden stopping of the car, which wasn't my fault, that killed him.
Did was make the decision to deliberately ground the ship so it wouldn't fully sink. If the Concordia sank about 700 feet where it eventually did, the entire vessel would have likely went under, and it's possible that many more people would have been killed. Scatino was charged for manslaughter, causing shipwreck, and abandoning passengers. He was given a 16-year jail sentence, which he is currently serving. The Carnival Corporation certainly felt the financial impact of the disaster. In their 2012 annual report, they claimed that as a direct result of the Costa Concordia incident, the company had lost $410 million in declined revenue. Though 2012 was not a great year for Carnival at all, with the addition of the Carnival Triumph power failure in the same year. Carnival offered each of the Concordia survivors $13,000, which included the refund of their cruise. Great. Honestly, I just think the whole situation is truly unbelievable. I don't really like Carnival at all, and I think I have a fair reason to. The company and its subsidiaries have done so many shady things, and the safety features it had implemented on the Concordia, well, sucked. The fact that a modern cruise ship owned by the largest cruise line in the world could have something like this happen is unfathomable. The Costa Concordia was only 5 years old. It cost $570 million, which was all put to waste just a few years later. The disaster in its entirety ended up costing around $2 billion.
I wonder how long it takes for a boat to earn back the money that it cost, you know what I mean? Like, how much money would a boat make per year? Like, if they commission a boat, do they expect that boat to, like, take 10 years before they start to turn a profit on it? I wonder. I don't know.
Costa has now been building new ships once again, and in Carnival's defense, they did change CEOs and they have been focusing a lot more on building back their safety reputation, which to be fair, I can appreciate. It really is hard to believe though that 100 years after the Titanic sank, Off the coast of a small Italian island, human error once...
You know what's kind of creepy? It like almost is 100 years to the day. I checked the dates, and it's like remarkably close. It's like within a month or something of it being 100 years to the day.
Once again brought down what we thought was an unsinkable vessel, the Costa Concordia.
But that was interesting, wasn't it? Bright Sun Films, the story of the... Oh, here's another one. Oh, I was going to watch this one earlier. Wait, look, there's loads of boat disaster stories. Do you want to watch these?
Switch to a Royal Bank of Scotland.
I'm going to follow him on my other
with our
account.
offer of £200. It's
Or, not my other account, on my actual account. This is an incognito. Oh, okay, hang on. The Forgotten Disaster of SS Eastland. Okay, hang on. Sorry, let's have a look. Is it one of these ones? This one? This one? Oh, this one. Oh no, it's 40 minutes. Are we going to watch do we want to watch 40 minutes? Do we want to commit to a 40-minute video here? Let's see, there's one here. There's one that's 10 minutes. That maybe we don't need to sign in for.
On the 24th of July, 1915,
Let's see this
the
one.
SS Eastland, a passenger steamer, capsized in the Chicago River. Conditions at the time were perfectly calm, the water placid. There was no fire, no impact from another ship, no explosion. There was barely even any wind. In fact, the ship was still tied up at the dock. Help was on hand almost instantly.
Where does it sink at the dock?
The water was relatively shallow, and the boat didn't even completely sink. And yet, despite all this, the Eastland disaster would turn into one of the deadliest in Chicago's history. The Eastland was constructed in Michigan in 1902 and started sailing in 1903, hauling passengers and cargo across the Great Lakes. Over the next few years, she changed hands several times and had a few minor modifications made to her design to improve her speed and make conditions on board more comfortable for passengers. Over the course of the first decade of the 1900s, the SS Eastland carried out thousands of trips that, for the most part, were smooth and enjoyable. There were, however, a few notable incidents. In July
What do you think is a safer mode of... I think I already know, actually. I think I know what the answer is going to be. But what would you say is safer? Travel by boat? Or... Okay, here's one. Travel by boat or travel by car? Right? Horse and buggy. I was going to say, what do you think is safer, boat or aeroplane? But it's probably airplane, isn't it? Like, but I was like, you don't hear about many boats sinking either. Hello, Emma. How you doing? But you don't really hear about... You hear about boats sinking about the same frequency as like a plane crashing.
1904, during a routine voyage,
I'm not too bad. We've just been watching YouTube all night. That's true. There probably is more airplane trips, actually.
Ship listed.
But more people on a boat. More people on a single boat. But I think the planes definitely outnumber them.
Heavily and almost capsized, causing much alarm amongst the 3,000 passengers on board. Similar incidents also took place in 1906 and 1912. Both times the ship listed alarmingly to one side or the other, making passengers fearful that it was about to capsize altogether. Following each incident of excessive listing, changes were made to the design of the ship. Cabins were removed to adjust the weight distribution, and the smokestacks were shortened.
Oh, check out this. Wait, hang on. Vessel Finder. I had a wee look to see if there's a thing comparable to like the plane trackers. Look how many boats there are. That's a lot of boats. Now, I don't know. Maybe boats are safer. One minute ago. Wow. Let's see if there's any near Glasgow. Vald, will your ferries show up in this? I wonder. Wait, is a satellite? Why is it giving me a satellite? Is this just giving me anything? They will. Okay, for some reason it's showing me a satellite or something. I don't know. I think that must be a boat, right? Marine traffic app. Ah. Ocean Quest. Wow, look at this. They all like follow. That's really interesting. They all head like west, like on the right, and then they all head east on the right. It's like an actual road, like a proper road system, but in the sea. Cargo ships. Wow, that's so interesting. Speed. It's going 1.2 kilometers an hour. Let's see what's going on in London. Speedboats. Do you think there'll be speedboats? Oh no, it's like tourist boats or something. The Millennium Dawn. Symphony. What's that? Oh, I find this so interesting. Port calls. I can even see where it's going to call at. What's this? Vehicle particulars. These are airports, or airfields. Wow. Port calls. Can I see where that's going? I can. I need to pay for it though. I need to pay to unlock that feature. Let's see which boat is the most north. How north do boats sail? Pretty far north. Is this one? What's this one? A satellite. Can I see something that's not like a satellite? Faroe Islands. I think boats might be safer. I mean, look how many boats there are. That's insane. Although I've clicked on a lot of these and it's coming up saying satellites, so I don't really know. Satellite position. Or maybe it does say cargo ship. Maybe it's just not giving me the... Maybe it doesn't have a stock image of that boat or something. Because it does say fishing vessel. That does say cargo ship, so I do think they're boats. This says unknown type. Cargo ship. Wow, I didn't realize how many cargo ships there were. That's so interesting. Okay, right, enough of this. Let's get back to the video. But, you know, I think boats might be safer. I think boats might be safer. Statistically. There's a lot more boat hobbyists that have boats, I'd imagine, I think, than planes. But then again, maybe if somebody crashes their boat and dies, would that make, if it was their own boat, would that make the news? I don't know. If somebody had a speedboat and they crashed it and died, would that make the news? If it was just one guy? I don't know. Oh, you know what? There's a boat that's in Glasgow at the minute. Right here. What's this? I can't see it. Oh, that's annoying. Is it that boat? Where is it? Oh, wait, no. Is it this one? It's this one. I drive past this fairly frequently, and I see this boat docked in just near Glasgow. Ambition. It's a cruise ship. Yeah, I knew. I had a feeling it was a cruise ship. It looked like a cruise ship. Interesting. Port calls. Oh, yeah, I can't see that. It's been there for ages. It's been here for like a week or something. I don't know. It's weird. Like every now and then. I'll show you whereabouts it is. Is it here? I forgot where it is now. Here it is. Wonder if you'll be able to see from here. Yeah, you can't really see. But behind here, there's like a part of the Clydes there. Yeah. It's kind of weird because like from a distance it looks like just warehouses and stuff, but at the minute it's like warehouses and then there's this big giant fucking boat just standing out. Looks really weird. Satellite view. Yeah, I can't get a. If I go to satellite, it's not gonna show the boat because it's not gonna have a recent. How'd I? Oh, there, here. Oh, well, maybe it is. Oh well, yeah. Guess I was wrong. I guess whenever this picture was taken, there was quite a few boats here. Look at that, you can see they're all the same. They've all got this pool, swimming pool in them. They're literally the same boat. Three of the exact same boat. Oh, yeah, how did I control drag? Drag? Can I? Control. How? Zoom in. I don't think so. Don't think so. I knew you could get the 3D kind of view, but I couldn't I couldn't remember how to do it. But that doesn't seem to work. What is it? Shift? Alt? No. Doesn't seem to work. Maybe I've not zoomed in enough. It's not doing it. Alt? Shift, click, drag. It's not doing it. No, not doing it. Not doing it. Anyway. Hold control, left click. I did that. I did that. I literally did that. I literally did that and I wasn't doing it. Anyway. Back to this. Oh, fuck. No, not this. This one.
To reduce her height and make her more stable.
Wait, hang on.
Fearful that similar incidents also amongst the 3,000 passengers on board.
We've got too many videos to watch.
Also took place in 1906 and 1912. Both times the ship listed alarmingly to one side or the other, making passengers fearful that it was about to capsize altogether.
I think someone's gonna die.
Following each incident of excessive listing, changes were made to the design of the ship. Cabins were removed to adjust the weight distribution, and the smokestacks were shortened to reduce her height and make her more stable. Additionally, her capacity was reduced several times, going from a maximum of 3,000 passengers down to just 2,570. These changes were all intended to make the ship more stable, but as she changed hands again and again, some owners also made changes that reduced her stability. For example, in 1914, a heavy concrete floor was added high up in the ship. A little later on, following changes...
That reminds me, there's a scene in like Titanic 2 where they go into this stairwell in the boat, but it just looks exactly... It looks like a car park. Like a multi-story car park stairwell. And like they're running down like this corridor. And it's meant to be inside the boat, obviously. But it just looks like it's all made of solid concrete. And I'm like... I don't think a boat would have a concrete staircase. Like, stairwell. Wouldn't that just be too heavy?
Is in legislation in the wake of the sinking of the Titanic, more lifeboats, rafts, and life jackets.
I mean, it is the Titanic. The movie was Titanic too, right? So I don't know if it necessarily is accurate. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's not true. But I wonder. I mean, I don't know.
Were also added. Again, all of them stored in the upper parts of the ship. The end result was a vessel that was, quite simply, top-heavy. By 1915, the Eastland was in...
I'll see if I can find that bit I'll see if I can find that particular bit later. Oh! We got two alerts. Thank you very much, Agus. I need to disable one of them. Oh, that makes sense. I had one of these disabled and I didn't know why, and I re-enabled it, and that's why. That makes sense.
Joseph and Chicago Steamship
I
Company.
hope you're well, Haggis.
And was mostly
How you
running
doing?
pleasure cruises. On the 24th of July 1915, it was booked out for the exclusive use of the Western Electric Company, along with several other similar ships. Together, they would transport workers from Chicago to a park in Michigan City for the company's annual picnic. Coming at a time when workers had far fewer opportunities to take vacations or go on trips of any kind, this was a much bigger deal than it might be today. Workers and their families attended in droves.
Get winter car essentials from £5.
At around 6:30 AM, passengers began boarding the Eastland, and within half an hour it was at full capacity. Many of those on board went below decks to escape a light drizzle that had begun falling, but others remained on deck to enjoy the view. It was at this point that the ship took on a very slight list to one side, something which was quickly noticed by the crew. They attempted to remedy the list by pumping water into ballast tanks, but this was not successful. At 7:28 AM, with no further warning, the Eastland listed sharply to port and, after a heart-stopping...
Is that just a faulty boat at that point, if it can't even float while staying still?
...moment, toppled into the water on its port side.
Like, that's the boat's fault,
The part
right?
of the river where it was moored was relatively shallow, little more than 6 meters, or 20 feet deep in fact, and so the capsized vessel didn't sink, but instead came to rest on its side, only partially submerged. Passengers on deck were thrown into the water of the Chicago River. Hundreds of thrashing bodies churned the muddy river into a foam. Few of the people thrown from the deck knew how to swim, and many were weighed down by clothes or had children to try and look out for. Being on the surface of the river, however, they did at least have a chance of escaping with their lives. Those below deck, on the other hand, faced an entirely different fate. As the ship turned over on its side, they slid in a mass against the walls, where they were crushed by heavy furniture and the bodies of their fellow passengers. As water rushed in, they were forced to fight for a way out. Some escaped through portholes, while others clambered towards exit doors, only to find themselves pinned in a crush of bodies. Within just minutes, many hundreds...
I wonder why boats adopted that type of window, the porthole, the little circular window. Why? Why not just like a little square window? Why circular?
...of people had been drowned. Above the water, the scene became a hive of activity. Boats of all kinds converged on the stricken ship and began plucking people from the water as fast as they could. People on the shore flung life preservers and empty wooden crates into the water for survivors to cling to while they awaited rescue, and those who were dragged up onto dry land were sent to hospital in private cars or given shelter by local businesses. Later on, once all those who had survived had been pulled from the water, amateur and professional divers would use their expertise to retrieve the many hundreds of bodies that were trapped below the waterline inside the hull of the ship. In total, 848 people were killed in the disaster,
Whoa.
844 passengers, and 4 members of the ship's crew. Witnesses reported that, quite unusually, there were very few seriously injured. The vast majority either made it out of the water in the first few minutes of the disaster, or simply did not survive.
But 700 people, 800 people died.
This number of dead was quite unprecedented in Chicago history.
I guess just nobody knew how to swim.
For days afterwards, funerals were arranged back to back, with morticians working around the clock to prepare the bodies. There was a shortage of hearses within the city, and church bells tolled for the dead throughout the day and night for several days running. In the aftermath of the disaster, not just one, but 7 separate inquiries were launched. The legal proceedings which followed were intensely complex and dragged on for many years. So long, in fact, that one of the main suspects, Chief Engineer Joseph Erickson, passed away from natural causes. Once he was no longer alive to defend himself, blame was pinned squarely on him, allegedly for mismanaging the ballast tanks on board the vessel.
Blame the dead guy.
In this manner, the owners and other operators of the Eastland managed to avoid any legal consequences for the disaster. Looking back now, of course, we can see that no one person was solely to blame for what happened, although many had been negligent or careless. The tragedy took place for a range of reasons, but mainly because the ship was rendered unstable by changes in use and changes in design. One of these changes was the addition of extra lifeboats and life jackets, which were added in 1914 in response to the sinking of the Titanic. Intended to save lives, the extra weight of this equipment had instead unbalanced the ship and ended up causing a fatal disaster. Passengers who were affected by the sinking received little by way of compensation. Western Electric did set aside some funds for compensation, but given the sheer number of dead, this money didn't stretch very far. Many of the bereaved were left with nothing. The Eastland, however, was raised and sold to the US Navy, who renamed her the Wilmot, and converted
They're giving a boat that can't even float to the Navy to use.
Her to a gunboat. She was put to use in a range of settings, everything from transporting trainee naval reservists across the Great Lakes to taking President Franklin D. Roosevelt on a cruise. Despite being involved in one of the worst passenger disasters ever to take place, the ship kept on working and wasn't scrapped until 1947, 32 years after the disaster. Today, the Eastland disaster has its place as part of Chicago history. More passenger lives were lost in this tragedy than in the sinking of the Titanic.
I was going to say that. I'm pretty sure that's more than Titanic, within the Titanic. Why is nobody talking about this more than the Titanic?
But the incident, which mostly affected ordinary and working class people, has never achieved the same status in history, and is much less well remembered. A few small monuments to the dead remain in place on the banks of the Chicago River, and many
What's the other one you've got, David?
Residents of Chicago are aware of the disaster for its impact on their ancestors. In many ways, though, the disaster which struck the SS Eastland, terrible
Titanic had better PR.
as it was, has been almost forgotten.
The lake that never gives up her dead.
Years since.
Right, hang on. Is this by the is it by the same channel? No. Right, hang on. We've watched this. We've got a queue. I'm gonna add to the queue. We've got this one. We've watched this one. Now we've got this one, and then we'll watch that one, right? This one's we've been waiting for this one for a while, right? We've got a queue forming. Form an orderly queue. Take a ticket. Take a ticket. It's like Argos. Take a ticket if you. Well, not many people might. David don't know what I mean. See, wait for your ticket to be called, and then you go up to the counter.
Today, a dramatic and daring rescue at sea. Merchant vessels joined South Africa's Navy and Air Force to rescue the passengers and crew of a Greek cruise ship sinking in storm-lashed waters. All but about 20 of the 580 people who were aboard the vessel have now been accounted for. But as Richard Sergey reports, disturbing questions remain about how the ship got in trouble and how its crew responded to the emergency.
What's up, guys? My name is Jake. On the evening of August 3rd, 1991, the cruise ship the Oceanos began taking on water with over 500 people on board and a crew that had already abandoned ship. Today I wanted to tell the remarkable story that you probably haven't
It's the same
heard
guy.
of from one of
It's the same guy. Yep. I clicked on another video by him.
the most impressive maritime rescues ever conducted and the ultimate sinking.
Do you know Jake? Or do you just know him because he's a YouTuber near you? Or do you know him?
Of the modern day cruise liner. This is the story of the sinking of the Oceanos. So the MTS Oceanos was a European passenger vessel built in 1952 under a different name. The ship went through many different owners throughout the years and finally ended up with the Epirotiki Lines, a Greek shipping company founded in the mid-1800s. They took advantage of the growing cruise market in the 1970s and acquired the Oceanos. The company actually became the largest cruise line in the Eastern Mediterranean and Greece, acquiring all types of older passenger vessels. See, back then the cruise industry was very different than how it operates today. Many of the up-and-coming cruise lines didn't have the capital or saw it as too much of a risk to build new vessels specifically for the line. So many companies had just purchased older ships, usually built in the 1950s and 60s, and refitted them for regular cruises. The Oceanos was no exception to this, making regular cruises out of South Africa by the late 80s and 90s. The ship was only around 14,000 tons and able to hold a maximum of 550 passengers and 250 crew. She featured a dining room, several lounges and bars, a casino, and an open sun deck with swimming pool. Not exactly a large ship at all by today's standards, but at the time, that wasn't all that uncommon. The largest cruise ship in the world was Royal Caribbean's Monarch of the Seas at 73,000 tons, which compared to other ships carrying passengers for pleasure cruises, including the Oceanos, it was pretty enormous. While the Oceanos was still owned by the Epirotiki Lines, the vessel was being chartered on an 8-month contract by a company called TFC Tours. They were essentially just leasing the vessel for their own routine cruises out of the relatively untapped South African cruise market. However, there is a good reason for that specific market not being very utilized, as those waters are notoriously treacherous. However, in late July of 1991, the Oceanos was set to start her 7-night voyage from Durban, South Africa to Cape Town, South Africa, then back. Around a 1,000-mile journey with 2 ports of call along the way. At the helm of the vessel was Captain Ioannis Ivranis, an officer of 20 years and the man in charge of delivering the vacationing passengers safely to port. Though, while the ship was seaworthy, TFC Tours had let the Oceanos fall under harsh decay. When passengers arrived to port, they described the vessel as looking rusted and not very well maintained. On August 3rd, 1991, the vessel was nearing the end of its 7-day cruise with its last stop in East London, South Africa. The vessel took on more passengers for a single-night cruise as the Oceanos was beginning to complete the last leg of their journey back to Durban. Though that afternoon, the winds began to pick up, and the ocean just offshore began whipping up a strong gale. Like I had mentioned earlier, this part of Africa is well known for its weather. The ship was scheduled to travel through the Transaski coastline, nicknamed the Wild Coast for its freak and sometimes violent weather. This ended up delaying the Oceanos for a few hours that afternoon, and as winds continued to pick up, the vessel just couldn't leave port. However, by the command of Captain Avranis, the Oceanos headed out to sea despite the weather to keep schedule, now with 571 people on board. Usually a sail-away party would be held on deck, however due to the weather, a party was held inside the main lounge. Moss Hills, a guitarist on board, said, quote, "It was a great success in spite of the weather. We got passengers to dance and sing, telling them that we would provide the rock and the ship would provide the roll." As dusk approached that evening, passengers made their way to the main dining room.
The ship will provide a barrel of roll.
However, by now, the Oceanos was encountering very rough 40-knot winds and up to 30-foot swells. Passengers described the scene inside the main dining room as a tad chaotic, with plates and glasses shifting around their tables and staff struggling to keep balance. The swells outside were tossing the 500-foot vessel side to side, seemingly becoming even more violent.
Dear.
Meanwhile, below deck, in the bulkheads, the scene unfolding
Oh
would
no!
instantly change
Not the bulkheads! Not the bulkheads again!
the fate.
I think we need to get rid of the bulkhead design. Move on to something else. I think we just, like I said, I think we need to go to like foam, expanding foam. Fill the bulkheads with expanding foam. Or something.
Of the ocean.
Switch to a Royal Bank of Scotland current
Bulk
account
your
with an
heads.
offer of
Yeah.
£200. It's
Oceanos. Earlier that
Or we just instead of having like a single layer, just have like 5 layers. You know what I mean? Just like honeycomb it.
day, repairs had been performed on the ship's water disposal system. A very important pipe that directly intakes seawater within the vessel had its vital non-return valve not fully replaced. It's believed that after a series of freak waves slamming against the ship, the pipe's shell plating had burst open, spilling seawater, and began filling the compartment.
Oh no.
Eventually, that water, going unnoticed, had reached the ship's main propulsion engines and caused an explosion. The Oceanos immediately lost power and propulsion from her 2 main propellers.
Who's it filling up
Upstairs in
that?
the main lounge,
How does that lead up to that? How does water lead up to that?
propulsion engines and cause
Because of this pipe. How does water in this bulkhead get in here?
an explosion.
From this pipe? Why is there a pipe? Why does this pipe exist? Why are you trying to get water from here into here? Get rid of the pipe. Then your problem's solved. Just have it sealed. You know?
The Oceanos immediately lost power and propulsion from her 2 main propellers.
Then what? Why are you putting water? How does that? How? Bad pipes. I don't get it. How does water end up here?
Upstairs in the main lounge, performers had been entertaining passengers just as the main engine exploded. A guest had actually been videotaping the show at the same moment the Oceanos lost power.
I'm trying to think. What do you call a boat? What's hang on. Oh, SS stands for steamship. I was like, what does that mean when people say like SS, whatever? Steamship. I can't use HMRS because that wouldn't be accurate. I don't know what I could put.
Power, and you can hear the loud thud in the video from
Basic ship design. No.
below deck.
I want you to imagine if you can.
Wait, I wasn't paying
They've been
attention there.
entertaining
Let's go.
passengers just as caused an explosion.
There we go.
The Oceanos immediately lost power and propulsion from her 2 main propellers. Upstairs in the main lounge, performers had been entertained.
I've got an idea. Here's my boat design. From the front, right? Here's your boat, right? Something like that, right? You've got the rudder at the back. Now, surely all you need to do is just have I would you not want to like have it double layered like this? Maybe not the back, because you're probably not going to crash into anything from the back, right? But from the sides at least. Have it double layered, right? And then just have loads of bulkheads super tight to one another. So, you know what I mean? Just have them super tight. With no way for any water to get in either side. The problem with the Titanic, I can't speak. With the Titanic, right? Was that they had the bulkheads, right? But well, they had the bulkheads. Oops, wrong pen. They had the bulkheads, right? But they only went up so high. Right? So if water got in here, it could overflow and get into this one. And then that could overflow and get into that one. So on, so on, so on. Why not just have a roof? Then no water can get into any other bit, you know? I don't know. There must be a reason. There must be a reason.
Entertaining passengers,
okay.
Just as not fully replaced, began filling water going unnoticed, had reached the ship's main propulsion engines and caused an explosion. The Oceanus immediately lost power and propulsion from her two main propellers. Upstairs in the main lounge, performers had been entertaining passengers just as the main engine exploded. A guest had actually been videotaping the show at the same moment the Oceanus lost power, and you can hear the loud thud in the video from below deck.
This comes in.
Imagine if you can.
Immediately, cruise director Lorraine Betts rushed upstairs to find out what was happening from the ship's officers. By now, Captain Avranis had assessed the damage below and knew the 14,000-ton powerless vessel was in trouble. With room for 594 people in her 6 lifeboats, the Oceanos certainly had enough room to save everyone on board. However, with the rough ocean and the vessel beginning to ever so slightly list, time was at the essence. When Lorraine got to the bridge, Captain Avranis was described to be in shock, as the crew and officers were in a panic, sending out distress calls. As passengers waited patiently in the dark lounge,
you know what I think? You know what I think boats should just have by default. They should just have flotation devices, like rings, like you know how you get on like what do you call them? Like I can't remember. I don't even know what the name of the boats are, but they have like the rubber rings down the side. Like, I guess they're like rescue boats. They have like the rubber rings down the side of them. I think cruise ships and everything should just have them already attached, just hanging there. Buoys. Yeah, buoys. Yeah. I guess that's right. That's the word. Or a buoy.
Lounge, terrified as to what happened. Moss Hills and a few other entertainers had continued to sing songs and interact with the passengers, an effort to keep everyone calm. Not too long after, the ship's lifeboats were beginning to be lowered for boarding. However, not by
just have David Bowie attached to
passengers, but by crew. In fact, passengers and entertainment staff were told that there was just a problem in the engine room and that there may be a chance they would need to abandon ship. So as passengers put on their life vests, the crew were seen running to and from their cabins, throwing personal items and suitcases in the lifeboats just before lowering away, which had very few actual passengers aboard. The captain assured everyone that the ship was not sinking, so Moss Hills and fellow entertainer Julian Butler traveled down below decks to find out for themselves. And what they found was alarming. Water had been pouring in and sloshing around on the lower decks. By this time, over 500 passengers were on board the Oceanos, and still no alarm or announcement had been sounded to abandon ship. By midnight, the vessel was in serious trouble, and with hundreds of passengers awaiting some official to direct them as to what to do to evacuate, no such person appeared. It eventually came to the ship's entertainment staff to take charge of the rescue and group passengers and place them in lifeboats. So one by one, each lifeboat filled with at least a capacity of 99 passengers were lowered down into the rough, pitch-black ocean. By the early morning hours of August 4th, hundreds of passengers had been lowered down on several different lifeboats until a serious problem came. By this time, the Oceanos had been listing so heavily on its starboard side that launching or loading lifeboats became impossible. Since the crew had taken off with nearly half-empty boats, there was not enough seats in the remaining boats for everyone.
This is reminding me of the Titanic.
And now, with over 220 people still aboard the slowly sinking vessel, there was nothing to do but call for help. Moss Hills and Julian Butler had made their way up to the ship's bridge to assess the situation with the captain. The only problem was, the captain wasn't there. He was actually still on the ship, seen here grasping to the pool deck staircase, completely uninvolved. Actually, the only reason he was still on the ship was because he was caught boarding a lifeboat earlier, and the entertainment staff had pulled him back on board. In fact, almost all of the officers had escaped, and the two entertainers found the cruise ship's bridge deserted. So it became entirely up to them to basically save everyone on board by making distress calls to whoever would answer. Luckily, they were able to reach several ships in the area, and later learned that the South African Air Force set up a multi-helicopter rescue. By 6 a.m., all of the passengers were moved out onto the open decks, awaiting for the helicopter rescue. And after around 4 hours of waiting in complete darkness, the choppers finally came, efficiently running 2 different airlifts simultaneously, each carrying around 20 passengers. Once they were full, they would fly the 3 miles back to shore where they would unload and refuel at the staging area. They would then fly back and repeat. And over the course of a few hours, unbelievably, every single person was off the Oceanos and had been successfully rescued via helicopter and inflatable boat. All 571 people. And after what seemed like just moments, the listing of the sinking ship worsened as waves washed over the starboard bow. Then it didn't take long for the flooding to accelerate. Soon, and incredibly all captured on video, the 500-foot, 7-story vessel became swallowed by the ocean. Then finally, at around 3:30 p.m. on August 4th, nearly 19 hours after the flooding began, the Oceanos finally went under. At the staging ground on the shores of South Africa, passengers were reunited and the entertainment staff were regarded as heroes, which they were. As for Captain Arvana's, actually, it
was okay to do that time because no one died.
Was one of the first to be airlifted off the sinking ship, and later on the ground, well, he had this to say.
When I order abandon the ship, doesn't matter what time I leave. Abandon means for everybody. If some people like to stay, they can stay.
His reasoning was that he would be better suited to coordinate the rescue from the shore. Remind you of anyone? The captain was actually defended by the cruise line, saying passengers misunderstood the crew procedures, saying, quote, "As regards to the captain abandoning the vessel, this is untrue, and he has maintained his position throughout in assisting the rescue."
Spiffy, how you doing? Did you were you on Dark Souls or Dark Souls 3, 2? Did you die in Dark Souls? Oh, this is for you. For all the times you died. Oh. We've been watching lots of boats sinking tonight. We watched some Titanic stuff. Did we? I don't think we actually did watch. Did we watch anything to do with the Titanic? I don't even remember what we've watched. Oh, we did watch Titanic stuff. We did a wee bit earlier on. We watched Titanic 2, the Titanic 2 trailer. Yeah, and Titanic 3. How did you get on? How far have you got through in Dark Souls 3? Was it? Yeah, just keeping up the good vibes, man. Watching boats sink and people drown to death. You know what I mean? Good way to start the weekend, right? It's just an opening. You're gonna get it done, man. You're a Dark Souls. You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT.
You in the most effective way. You know, looking over the footage again, it looks like he was an integral part of the rescue. Oh wait, no, he's actually just standing there lifeless. Thankfully, Greek Board of Inquiry found Captain Arvanis and 4 other officers guilty, though there are conflicting stories as to what actually happened to him. Anyways, as for Epirotiki Lines, well, they were merged with another shipping company and had gone bankrupt in the early 2000s. Now looking at all of it as a whole, the actual cause of the sinking was honestly one of the best possible scenarios, since the rate of water entering the vessel was very minimal. If the leak had been more severe and the Oceanos only had a few hours of
There's such a flaw in this design.
Float in the middle of the night during a harsh storm, the end result could have been much more catastrophic. But this maritime miracle has always fascinated me. The incredible images of a somewhat modern cruise ship sinking into the ocean and not a single life was lost is absolutely...
You're off, Bridal. That's early for you. Bridal, what are you doing? You try to have a good night's sleep for a change.
Absolutely unbelievable. And now looking into it further, it's hard to even believe the astonishing task these entertainers and rescue crews were faced with, having the lives of hundreds of scared passengers aboard.
I've been awake for about 20, if I had to guess, maybe like 25 hours now. I think I woke up. No worries, Spiffy. Thanks for the raid. I think I've been up for about 25 hours because my sleeping pattern's been... My sleep is fucked. I got into the habit of like... I got into a cycle of like having a nap about 4:30, 5 o'clock and then waking up at about 11 PM and then just not being tired. And then I can't sleep all night because I'm too awake. And then I get tired again about 4 or 5. Like basically I'm getting my night's sleep at about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening and then waking up. It's like I'm getting like the hours that I need just at the total wrong time of the day. It's bad. It's bad. I think I've never taken sleeping tablets, I don't think. But I think I don't actually feel tired, to be honest. I've been awake for about 25 hours though.
Or a sinking ship during a storm, all in their hands.
See you later, Bridal.
But thanks to the selfless individuals of the people coordinating and performing the air rescue, the actual crew, staff, and passengers aboard the Oceanos, as well as the ships in the area coming to the aid, the story of the Oceanos remains to be one of the most incredible rescue operations at sea. I'd like to thank NordVPN for sponsoring.
Thank you, Nord. Wait, what was that other one, David? We've got a queue. Thanks, Nord. Okay. What's this? The story of the Freedom Ship. I'm going to open up in another tab for later. Okay. This.
This video is
You got F122. Oh.
brought to you by the Great Courses Plus, the money we earn from the sponsor. When we arrived, and was a dark and stormy day when we arrived at Lake.
You know, who is this? Who is this woman? Oh, she's popular. 2 million subscribers now. I feel like she's going to give me a tarot card reading.
Lake Superior. The lake, she was having a moment. This was the beginning of my education about Lake Superior, its power, its ferocity, and the respect that the lake demands. As I learned over the next few days, you cannot underestimate the lake. That's what will get you in trouble. I grew up by the ocean, so I've always had a healthy respect for the water. But in my mind, a lake is a calm, placid
Keeping up the good vibes for Friday night.
place. A chill vacation spot, genteel, barbecue time. I was wrong. Lake Superior is one lake you don't want to turn your back on, because if she gets you, she's not
Isn't this just like the Bermuda Triangle?
giving you back.
You're about 500 miles from
People
it.
who make their home
Stay
on
away.
Lake Superior call her the biggest and baddest of the lakes. And the people of Lake Superior are an equally badass breed. It takes tough people to survive on a tough lake. On the day I arrived, Lake Superior was tumultuous, but
Ooh.
on other parts of the lake, the storm was massive. While the surface of the lake churned and swelled and spat, I was most interested in what lay beneath the waves. Because underneath the intensity of Lake Superior's surface lies an arc.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that lakes are like, I don't know. I thought they'd be pretty calm. Because I mean, what is it that makes weather choppy? The sea? Sorry, the sea, the wind. That makes water choppy. It's the wind. And maybe like, you know, the moon, I guess. But I wouldn't think a lake would be big enough to for it to have any effect on it. For those to affect it that much.
The lake's history literally frozen in time. A graveyard, still and silent. Under the waves lies a moldering timeline of humanity's relationship with the lake. Ships, cars, an airplane, a whole house sit in the vacuum of time under the lake's surface. And amidst those man-made offerings to the lake lies man, his and herself. The bodies entombed.
You know what's really weird? I saw like a video of the debris field, it was called, where the Titanic is laying, and there was like a camera going over it, and there's just like teapots and stuff, and like mugs and just like normal stuff lying there, like now, even now. It's just like, it's so weird to see that. Just been lying there undisturbed for like over 100 years. It's so like creepy almost.
In
Lake Superior is the same size as Ireland. What? Is it like the biggest lake ever? This is a lake. That is big. That's huge. Okay, yeah. It's like the size of Scotland or something nearly. Maybe not Scotland, but yeah, maybe about the size of Ireland. It's like bigger than Wales. Okay, yeah, I get it now. Let me see, what's like measure distance? Where's the from there? Measure distance to here. What's that? 200 miles to get from overdone. 250 miles across. It's 300 miles across. Pretty much. Wow. It's bigger than Scotland. Okay, it's big. It's pretty big. Could work out the circumference of it, roughly. Let's work out the circumference of this. Very rough idea of the circumference. I don't know what the point is, I'm just curious. If you wanted to like sail around the perimeter of it. How many miles are we talking? I know I could have probably Googled it actually, thinking about it now. It's probably an answer in Google. Okay, that's about the circumference. Total distance, yeah, 1,000 miles. 1,000 and... It says 1,000 and... Yeah, okay, 1,200 sounds about right, because I guess and I've missed out here. Wow. Yeah, there's loads of little bits that I've not quite covered here and stuff. So yeah, 1,200 sounds about right. That's a lot.
Lake Superior. It's true what the Gordon Lightfoot song says. Lake Superior never gives up her dead.
You could see a house, could you? No. Was the
I'm
view?
here with my friend John, a resident of Lake Superior in Wisconsin, and a kayak guide on the lake. John's family has lived on Lake Superior for generations, and one day he casually revealed to me that he was related to a man, his great uncle John, who went down with the SS Edmund Fitzgerald.
What's the definition of a lake? Is it a body of water that... An inland body of water, I guess. I don't know. How do you define a lake? Well, that's what I was thinking. Is it fresh water? But I was like, could you get saltwater lakes? I was going to say, I don't know if lakes... I don't think lakes connect to the ocean, do they? But then again, I thought maybe they can. Maybe they could. I don't know.
Or the Fitz. The Fitz sank in 1975, her entire crew going down with her.
Wow.
And it's arguably the most famous and tragic shipwreck in Lake Superior. The tragedy is compounded by the fact that many family members of the Fitz's crew are still alive today. These are people who live with the memories of the day the Fitz sank.
The lake is completely enclosed.
A 29-man crew vanished in a storm with 80-mile-an-hour winds and wave heights up to 25 feet.
But my fascination with Lake Superior didn't initially begin with the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. It started with the SS Kamloops, a small steel freighter that sank off Isle Royale in December of 1927. But Caitlin, you're not a maritime historian. Why are you fascinated by the Kamloops? Just wait. As the story goes, the Kamloops was caught in a blizzard that ravaged Lake Superior with 20 to 30 mile-per-hour winds, temperatures hovering between freezing and sub-zero, and navigation blinded by the elements. Mysteriously, 5 ships, including the Kamloops, were lost in that storm. The Kamloops was last seen on December 6th, covered in ice and fighting to stay afloat. By December 12th, a search for the Kamloops began, but it had to be called off due to more bad weather. It wasn't until May of 1928 that the bodies of some of the Kamloops' crew appeared. In total, the bodies of 9 crew members that made it to shore were recovered. Though these crew members survived the sinking of the Kamloops, they likely succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Or, if they made it to shore, succumbed to wolf attacks on Isle Royale. 5 of the 9 were identified, and the remains were entrusted to their families, whereas 4 remain unidentified and were buried in unmarked graves. All 22 members of the Kamloops crew died.
I'm so tempted to go on Uber Eats right now.
Despite search attempts, the Kamloops was lost to the depths of Lake Superior. The only trace was from a literal message in a bottle, allegedly from a 22-year-old assistant steward, Alice Bettridge. Found by a trapper shortly after the ship went down, the nearly illegible note seemed to read, "I am the last one alive, freezing and starving on Isle Royale. I just want my mom and dad to know my fate. Alice Bettridge." For 50 years, the Kamloops was a mystery, one of Lake Superior's great ghost ships. Speculation and legend filling in the blanks of its fate. But of course, what's a ghost ship without a ghost? In 1977, diver Ken Engelbrecht spotted the Kamloops during a search for the ship at 12 o'clock Point near what is now known as Kamloops Point in Michigan. As if floating in time, the Kamloops and its cargo were in excellent condition due to the cold and lack of bacteria in the depths of Lake Superior. Found on its side at 260 feet below the surface, items like clothing, shoes, machinery, even food were perfectly preserved. But the crew's last supper wasn't all that was preserved. So was the crew.
I thought they'd have gone
This is the part of Lake Superior
disintegrated
lore
away.
that truly terrifies me, and also how I first came to know about the Kamloops. As some of you may remember, I have a little bit of a phobia about underwater corpses. Do you have nightmares about the dead? If so, what are those nightmares? What are those nightmares? What are those
I thought this was an ad.
What are those nightmares? What are those nightmares? 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 What nightmares? You're a nightmare, shut up. The idea of encountering a floating corpse in a dark, claustrophobic underwater environment is not great for me. And you know what the Kamloops has? A famous floating corpse in a dark, claustrophobic underwater environment. But how is a member of the Kamloops crew still floating around down there after dying in 1927?
Yeah, I thought
well, as you've probably gathered, the waters of Lake Superior are very cold.
It's like
Do you know
ice.
how cold it is at the bottom of the lake?
I would
30s, right?
It'd probably be about 32 degrees, like about almost exactly, pretty close to freezing. Like
Which
maybe
is really
1 degree
the
above it.
ideal temperature to store bodies long term.
Yep.
Like this, when we do refrigeration of bodies, that's the temperature that we keep them at.
33 degrees?
Yeah, 30 to 40 degrees.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's
Yeah.
not a coincidence that the bodies are still there.
Yep, it's kind of like a giant freezer down there, you know?
Waters at the depths.
Would you not want to recover the bodies though? I mean, I know that they're down there, but would you not want to like recover them or not?
Never really go above freezing, and decomposition is slowed to a crawl. 2 things happen here with these bodies. First, they sink. In warmer water, bacteria grows internally and gases build up in the body, causing it to bloat and float up to the surface. But with cold water bodies, like in Lake Superior, that doesn't happen, and the bodies stay sunk.
Sunken.
Sunken? Second is the phenomenon of adipocere. We've talked about this before. I'll link to our corpse wax video. Basically, when fats in the body break down and react with water, hydrogenation occurs, which essentially turns liquid fat into semi-solid fat. Adipocere is a yellowish-white waxy substance that covers the body, hardens, and naturally preserves it. And that happens here. And because of this, the remains remain. The lack of bacteria, the lack of buoyancy, and that layer of adipocere causes bodies inside the wrecks of Lake Superior, or partially buried near them, to not really go anywhere, at least not for a long, long time, and they don't really float away either. When a person goes down with the ship in Lake Superior, they stay there. That ship becomes their grave. And that famous corpse in the wreck of the Kamloops, that's Old Whitey, which would be a terrible name, except for the fact that the corpse is in fact very old and very white.
Wait, is that the corpse?
Old Whitey still floats in the Kamloops engine room. Some divers have told ghost stories of this unknown crew member that seems to follow them as they explore the ship, as if guided by more than the currents their flippers create. Note, it is just flipper currents. Others claim that Grandpa, Old Whitey's ghost, appears to them as they explore the ship. The truth of the matter is that when divers investigate the Kamloops, they are investigating this dead man's grave, as well as the grave of 12 other crew members entombed in and around the ship. And while, to my knowledge, the families of the Kamloops haven't publicly objected to the ship being explored or the bodies being photographed, the same is not true for the families impacted by other Superior shipwrecks.
I would never want to desecrate a graveyard, but a part of me, I have to admit, would love to go down and see the ship itself with my own eyes.
It's not the body. It's not the dead body.
It's not going to be the same forever. And a lot of people would probably, including my family, would probably have a problem with that, you know, because it is like digging up a grave in certain people's minds. And I completely understand that, and I respect everyone's view on what it is. But I personally would love to go see the wreck itself if it was a possibility, which probably will never happen.
Called the Titanic of the Great Lakes, the SS Edmund Fitzgerald was something of a celebrity among Lake Superior ships. Christened in 1958, crowds would form to watch her go through the locks at Sault Ste. Marie, since in her day she was the largest ship ever built to traverse the Great Lakes. Now she is the largest ship to have ever sank in the Great Lakes, but what looms even larger than her sheer size is her legend.
Why are the people in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan so obsessed with the Edmund Fitzgerald?
I think it's because it's the largest ship that's ever gone down on Lake Superior, so that's one of the reasons why they call it the Titanic of the Great Lakes.
I'm guessing it was fishing, right? Did they say earlier it was a fishing ship? Fishing boat.
And
but it wasn't that many people. I don't say that to demean it.
Yeah.
But its cultural impact seems so much larger than the number of people that actually went down.
I think one of the big reasons is because of the song by Gordon Lightfoot, because when that became popular after the ship went down, that's how a lot of people know about the shipwreck. And it did definitely, I don't want to use the word glamorize it, but it did something to make the whole world more aware of it. And Gordon Lightfoot was pretty big at that time.
At 2:30 p.m. on November 9th, 1975, the Edmund Fitzgerald left on her final voyage from Superior.
A goods ship. Alright, okay. Actually, yeah, I'm forgetting how big this lake is. Because like, why else would there be a big giant ship? But I guess if you got to get things from one side to the other, maybe you'd use that.
Wisconsin.
I forget how big this lake is. I've ordered a McDonald's.
Captain Ernest McSorley commanded a crew of 28 people, including John's great-uncle John, a senior wheelsman on the ship who was most likely steering as the ship went down. The crew was experienced, capable, and no strangers to the power of Lake Superior.
And what did you hear about it growing up, or hear about him growing up?
The family would always talk about how he was a really great guy. He was a pool shark. He would always pretend that he, didn't know how to play, and then by the end of the game, he'd win a bunch of money. They always say that he was a really funny guy, a jokester, and
getting a double quarter
pounder.
pounder.
My cousin Missy talking about like him taking her ice skating and things like that. So he was beloved by the family.
Always, that sort of plays into everyone's anxiety. If someone's just going to do one last trip, and it's all going to go terribly wrong.
Yeah, it actually breaks my heart thinking that my Aunt Florence was probably so excited that he's finally going to be home, after being, on these ships his whole life. He was on the Fitz, most of the Fitz's run, I think, and he was supposed to be done, and that was his last trip because the captain asked him to come out for one last trip.
Well, the captain was also retiring soon.
Yeah.
As well, right? So it was like
the captain's always retired. The captain on the Titanic, that was his last voyage. The captain on the Titanic, he was retiring after that, and it sunk. And so was this guy. I got a double quarter pounder, and a chocolate milkshake.
like these old, grizzled men of Lake Superior shipping.
See, when if you're a captain of a ship, and you're like, right, we want you to do one more. We want you to do one more trip. Just be like, no, I'm done now. I'm not doing one more. That was my last one. I'm not doing. It's jinxed. The last one is always jinxed.
Going out for their last run, and then
the milkshakes are good. I like the milkshakes. McDonald's milkshakes are really good.
Goes down, and so they certainly weren't green men by any stretch.
No,
they really knew.
They knew what they were doing. Yeah, and I mean the lake is crazy though.
Tailed by the SS Arthur M. Anderson, another freighter commanded by Captain J.B. Cooper, the Fitz led the way, about 15 to 30 minutes ahead, as the ships made their way across Superior. As the ships crossed the lake, the weather worsened.
They still do banana. I think every milkshake ends up tasting like banana, though. Every single milkshake from McDonald's always has a hint of banana for some reason. I don't know if that's just like... I don't know what it is, but I feel like every milkshake has a slight hint of banana, plus whatever flavour you actually want.
Causing them to deviate from their shipping lanes. What started as gale-forced wind warnings quickly was upgraded to an official storm. At around 3:30 p.m. on November 10th, the Fitz radioed the Anderson, informing them that they had a list or a tilt and that their pumps were bailing out water. The storm continued to worsen, with winds reaching 55 miles per hour and swells of up to 18 feet high. Both the Anderson and the Fitz were pounded, but the Fitz seemed to be losing the battle. Nonetheless, Captain McSorley stayed calm and communicative with Captain Cooper. He never indicated panic. At 4:10 p.m., the Fitz reported to the Anderson that they had lost their radar and needed for them to navigate for her. By 5:30 p.m., the Fitz informed the Anderson they were headed to Whitefish Point, though the lighthouse there was not operational. By that time, in the dark of the storm, with a bad list, the pumps trying to stay ahead of a tear in the hull, and waves as high as 25 feet, sometimes even higher, the Fitz was fighting for her life. At 7:10 p.m., amidst 80-mile-per-hour gusts of wind, the first mate of the Anderson asked Captain McSorley over radio, "How are you making out with your problems?" McSorley replied, "We are holding our own." And that was the last anyone ever heard from the crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Cursed Lake.
The Anderson and the Sault Ste. Marie Coast Guard never received a distress signal or a mayday call. The Edmund Fitzgerald and her crew of 29 were swallowed up by Lake Superior, 15 miles north of Whitefish Point. What you're hearing is the sound of Captain Cooper talking with the Coast Guard. Against his better judgment, he went back out in the storm to look for the Fitz.
It's very controversial, obviously, that over the years it's been discussed that some people want to dive to the wreck, but it's now officially a graveyard. So I believe you can only go down if you're a scientific mission sanctioned by the Canadian government. But I don't think anyone's been down there since 1994, maybe. I could be wrong about that. Because one of the last dives that went down there got a body on tape, and there was footage of a body, and that's when a big,
Is that the bot? Is that they're wearing glasses? They've still got their glasses on.
kind of up.
Oh, is that the researcher? Oh, all right.
Or happened with a lot of the families, probably. Including mine, saying like nobody should be diving down to it, and so I can understand why, especially my relatives that are much
I look like an old woman. I look like a really old woman.
Happened.
I look like a really old... Is that someone in... Oh, is that someone inside? Oh, that's looking through into like the submarine. Alright, I got you. I thought we were looking out from the submarine to like whoever was outside it. I see. Alright.
And there was footage of a body, and that's when a big, you know...
Oh yeah, David Slater, you're right.
Uproar happened with a lot of the families, probably including mine, saying like nobody should be diving down to it. And so I can understand why, especially my relatives that are much closer to go down, because I never met him. He died before I was born. But they're definitely very adamant, most of the family, about them not going down to the ship itself anymore because it's a great day.
Wonder why the Titanic hasn't got the same status, you know. I looked up. I actually looked this up. You can get tour guides down to the Titanic. I'll show you in a wee minute. I'll show you after this video.
Taking poetic license when he wrote Lake Superior never gives up.
They're quite expensive.
It's dead.
But if you want to go down to the Titanic, you can. If you've got the money.
Almost 50 years later, the crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald...
I mean, I'm sure there's bodies in the Titanic somewhere. Surely there's got to be bodies still, like, inside, right? People who didn't get out in time. I'm sure there's people still, like, locked indoors, locked in rooms or something.
Still in the wreck, and that's where their families want them to stay. This raises some big questions about what it means to have a graveyard in the depths of Lake Superior. Typically, when you have a burial site on land, it's understood that it's off limits to certain activities and behaviors. Sure, you may go strolling through a cemetery, but you're not going to go digging around in the tombs or graves. But when a place in nature, tragically and unexpectedly, becomes a graveyard, people can start to question who has claim to this land or water, especially if it's a body of water that divers regularly explore. After the wreck of the Fitz was finally located in May of 1976, multiple groups and organizations took it upon themselves to dive to the wreck in order to search and excavate it, or plunder it. But who does the wreck belong to? Spending time with John's family, it's clear they're very protective of the Fitz. They believe it's their job to protect the memory of their family members, and they take that job very seriously. But not everybody feels the same way. A major player in the controversy surrounding the Fitzgerald wreckage is Tom Farnquist, the director of the Great Lakes Shipwreck Historical Society.
You were in the garage a year ago, Drummond.
He identifies as a historian and explorer, but some view Farnquist as more of an opportunist, leading multiple dives to the Fitz that resulted in artifacts being removed from the wreck without the necessary paperwork, and placed in the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum in Whitefish, which he helped open. Farnquist found a partner in crime,
what time?
However you will, in the Canadian physician and underwater explorer.
Well, I can see on the map, my driver is currently at McDonald's picking it up. I think it's going to be here in about, it says it's going to be here in about 20 minutes, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's sooner than that. Because I'm only about 2 miles away from McDonald's, so... I can see the name of the driver, and it's like the same name, and I think it might be the same guy that always just delivers my Uber Eats.
Dr. Joseph McGinnis. McGinnis was helming a project about the effect of chemical pollution on the Great Lakes. Using a mini submarine would allow McGinnis to obtain the best, clearest footage of the Fitz to date. Thomas Farnquist attached himself to the project, contributing $10,000 from the Shipwreck Society Museum's funds, and also made himself a spokesperson for the project. The mini-sub made 6 dives, the first taking place in July of 1994, and the dives did reveal new clues into why the Edmund Fitzgerald sank. Evidence from the dives seemed to show that the bow of the Fitz hit bottom at a high speed, taking a violent nosedive while the stern was still above water. According to this theory, a huge wave likely came over the bow of the already foundering ship, dunking it underwater. Then a second wave came immediately over the bow, again forcing it down to the shallow bottom of the lake.
Oh, I see.
26 tons of iron ore was thrown toward the bow when the first wave hit it, weighting it into a nosedive. The ship then broke into two and was swallowed.
Like the Titanic. Why are these ships so weak?
Recorded craters like that on the moon surrounding the Fitz's wreck, indicating a hard hit to the bottom of the lake. This goes against previous theories that the Fitz passed over the Caribou Shoal and broke her hull, and that she broke apart, sinking slowly, eventually being overcome by the towering waves. However, McInnes's dive points to a quicker end, an end that the crew barely had time to react to. But to this day, there's no conclusive reason given as to why the Edmund Fitzgerald went down.
Do you not have like a radio?
For the relief of the families, no bodies were found during McInnes's dive, and no bodies were recorded on film. But then, along came Frederick Shannon. Before we dive into all that, I think we could use a kayak break.
What?
In a culture where the shipwrecks are the celebrities, this is maybe the third picture of all of the shipwrecks in Lake Superior that we've seen in this town. People on Lake Superior love all the shipwrecks in their lake. How could you not go on a neighborhood tour of the stars? The plan was to go on our second day on Superior, but Mother Nature had other plans.
I wouldn't go.
If the ferry goes down, what's the plan?
Well, we are looking at an east wind right now, and the waves are about 3 feet. I would say 2 to 3 feet. So the best case scenario is that we would swim our heart out for about 15 minutes before hypothermia sets in.
Just don't go in. Just don't do it.
Have to just let the waves carry our bodies in once they start shutting down. So
you know what they should do? You know, I've just figured out another solution. They have those aqua bridges or something. What were they called? Not aqua bridges on water. The floating bridges. Floating bridges. Get them. Well, here, let me get AutoCAD and solve this other engineering problem that we've got. These technically float. Just build a bridge and just drive across. Well, maybe not that, but in China, that's it. The one in China is the one I was thinking of, I think. Just get one of them.
if you have a life jacket.
Or just suck all the water out. I've got another idea. Just suck all the water out of the lake and fill it with concrete.
I get the buoyancy of that would probably carry us towards the island. But I gotta be honest, if we're about halfway from Madeline Island to Bayfield and this happens, we're pretty much effed.
Drain the lakes. Put the water back into the ocean.
Were you scared on the ferry?
I wasn't scared in theory on the ferry, but then John 1 started to tell me about this terrible story of a man and his 3 children that all died, I think last year, right off the Apostle Islands here. And then told me about how quickly hypothermia would take us all if we went down, and yeah, then I got a little worried.
But the next day, John was actually able to take us to the kayakable sunken ships.
Oh, hang on. I think my... Oh no, he's not. I thought my guy was here. He's not here yet.
Ships that sank but harmed nobody in their sinking.
It's a nicer day today, which means that we can kayak to the wreck of the Finn McCool.
My McDonald's delivery.
And actually see it below the waves of like
my food guy.
Superior. And I'm excited to do it. I grew up kayaking, but I didn't grow up kayaking in 50-degree water, 40-degree water. So we'll see how this goes. I'm cold in this coat right now, so I'm a little skeptical.
was gonna say, it sounds like a
Kayaks.
sounds like
Supposed to be
a
like a
servant or
skin,
something.
like a seal skin. I'm like a silky of Lake Superior.
My butler's still here.
You got this, Caitlin. So it's really easy. You just step into the spray skirt like this.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And
That looks nice and calm.
pull it up right below the chest area, a few fingers above the belly button. Tie it tight like a gym bag. And you just put the life jacket on over the top.
I love it.
My butler bringing me my chocolate milkshake.
Lake is mighty rough, but it's nothing we can't handle.
If you follow it straight out, you'll see the gear.
Oh, that's funny.
Do you know the exact date that it sank?
1964.
Built in 1926, sank in 1964. I'm so terrified by things looming beneath me underwater. But
That scares me as well.
Made of white oak.
About
It
sea.
was a barge that transferred lumber from the islands to the shipping ports like Chequamegon Bay.
on a bright, calm day, apparently you can see the entire ship clear as day beneath
What?
you.
That doesn't look very
It's a little
deep.
bit rocky today, and I know the lake is about a foot higher this year than it was before, but you can still see parts of the ship looming beneath the boat, which really freaks me out, but is visually very, very creepy. And the Finn McCool was sunk here in the 1960s, but it's still, I mean,
Go
it's
for a swim in the
eroding,
plate.
but it's still remarkably intact for
Ah,
being so
that's
close
really
to
close
shore.
to the shore.
We did not go down with the ship. The water's about 40 degrees, so my hands are little popsicles.
You'd think after you saw that the image with all the boats in it, they would have stopped. They would have like just stopped at some point. It's reached the point where it's just like pollution. We're just polluting a lake now. It's not meant to be sailed in.
Oh, I'm supposed to get out? Okay.
Yeah, just a small tug. Perfect, thank you.
If at this point in the video your brains are buzzing with all sorts of questions about how exactly great the Great Lakes actually are, you can visit the Great Courses Plus and learn more about the Great Lakes. That's a lot of greats. It's great, great for you. Good for you. I watched Great Lakes back from the brink for this video, and did you know that the dunes on Lake Michigan were formed during the last ice age? That's ancient dunes, people. Over thousands of years of dune creation, you can also still see ancient tree stumps standing in those dunes. Like I said, the Great Lakes are wild. But there's so much more than lakes and dunes that you can explore through the Great Courses Plus. You can jump from video to video with over
Wait,
11,000
that just gets
video
sucked into an ad
lectures about
without even realizing it.
I'm not doing that. It's learning at your leisure. The Balaska sponsorship of the Fitz and new character, Frederick Shannon. Shannon was a former police officer and private investigator who intended to write a book and produce a documentary about the wreck of the Fitz. In the mid-90s, he assembled a team that would take a mini-sub to the wreck and solve the mystery of why the ship sank. But his theories were eclipsed by a discovery that was a first for the Edmund Fitzgerald: the remains of her crew.
Ooh.
In his defense, Shannon didn't go down to the Edmund Fitzgerald looking for remains, but in passing over the lake floor, a body was discovered by Shannon's mini-sub, the Delta. Clad in coveralls and wearing a life jacket, the remains of the crewmen lie in the debris on the lake floor. And though Shannon did not disturb the remains, he did capture footage of them and said he would provide the footage to those who wished to identify the remains. When Shannon announced that he had not only discovered a body, but also intended to publish and release images and footage of the remains in his upcoming projects, the families of the Edmund Fitzgerald crew were horrified. In the minds of the families, Fred Shannon had desecrated a grave. The families began petitioning the Canadian government, because the wreck is technically in Canadian waters, to make the Fitz off limits to divers and explorations. In addition, they fought for a law that would make publishing photos or footage of the dead bodies illegal. Farnquist comes back into the picture here, attempting to play the good guy on the side of the Fitz's families. Side note, the two men, Farnquist and Shannon, were colleagues and then became bitter rivals in the press. It's like YouTube drama. Eventually, the families were able to have the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald declared an official gravesite. As next of kin, the families have control of that gravesite. Additionally, the state of Michigan passed, quote, a law banning the publication on public display of human remains in Michigan waters without the permission of the next of kin. Shannon's footage did not fall under this law because, one, it was captured before the law, and two, the Fitz is not in Michigan waters, it's in Canadian waters. But if other Great Lakes states adopt the law, other shipwrecks would be protected. According to John, there are now alarm buoys surrounding the circumference of where the Fitz rests. If boaters go past them, an alarm goes off, and the Coast Guard comes out and fines whoever trespasses into forbidden graveyard territory.
Wow.
On July 17th, 1999, the families of the SS Edmund Fitzgerald gathered on deck of a Coast Guard cutter to consecrate the gravesite. A replica of the bell of the Fitz sat on the deck, accompanied by two large wreaths, one donated by Gordon Lightfoot. The names of all 29 men were read aloud, with a representative of each family ringing the bell in the crewman's honor. This was to honor the dead, but also to send a message to the Canadian government. We are consecrating this gravesite, and we want you to officially declare the Edmund Fitzgerald off limits to, quote, adventurers. As it stands, to the best of our knowledge, the wreck of the SS Edmund Fitzgerald is not considered illegal to dive to, but a permit is required, and those who dive without a permit will incur a fine of over $800,000 US.
How did your family talk about it when you were young?
Very respectfully. I remember my Aunt Florence Simmons, who was also my godmother. She was John Simmons, my great uncle's wife. She was just a really sweet lady. She never got remarried after he died. And I remember we didn't really talk about it much with her, but I remember
that was a big thing.
Bringing it up,
yeah.
And just telling the story about how she found out, I think, because someone called her and said turn on the television. There was no courtesy call from, the Coast Guard or anyone that, I'm not sure who would have been the one to call, but it's just kind of sad the way that everyone found out.
Ding.
What are your thoughts on this underwater cemetery? Can you police the vast, still depths of a lake? I should note that no one we spoke to wanted the bodies brought up to the surface and buried, due to the often cited sailors' desire for a watery grave, to live on the lake and die on the lake. Thank you to the Great Courses Plus for sponsoring this video.
Let's have a look at Loch Ness. Or... Is Loch Ness is really as small as that? Thank you, Great Courses. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I never actually realised how narrow Loch Ness was. I've been before, I just never really noticed the shape of it. So Loch Ness is about 20 miles. I mean, if you really want to, you could say maybe, it's about 20 miles. It's about 20 miles for the main body of the loch. That's tiny. So this, what was it called? What was it called? Superior. I knew it was like, I was gonna say like Lake Ultimate. I knew it was like something like that. Like Superior. I was like, I was gonna say Ultimate, but I knew it wasn't Ultimate. I was like, I knew it was something like that though. Wow, Loch Ness is tiny. But Loch is lake, right? Basically. And look, it does lead to the sea. So This is why I wasn't sure. I was like, maybe lakes can be connected to the sea. Like, maybe a lake isn't strictly, you know? Loch Lomond is bigger. I mean, if you follow Lake Superior, it's going to lead to the sea at some point, right? That's just how it works. That's how all these things work. 1333. 1333. Is Herdle that music thing? That music? I don't know why that came to mind. Remember I was doing that game where I had to listen to music and you have to guess the names of the songs? Herdle's a music guessing thing.
What's up, guys? My name is...
Oh yes, the Freedom Ship. I think my food's going to be here very, very soon. Oh, it is going to be here very, very soon. I'll tell you what. Let's have a bathroom break. A bathroom and drink and snack break. I don't tip. I don't tip. I know, I'm a bad person. I'm an evil person. But I do enough business with them. I do enough business with this guy in particular. Oh, wait, I need to go. Hang on, I'll be back in a second. Crash. No worries. Thanks for popping in. I need to go and get my food. Hang on. Here we go. Right, we're ready to eat. Here we go, man. This is what Friday night's all about, man. Eating a McDonald's. McBangs. Eating a McDonald's and just watching YouTube, right? Eating fast food and watching YouTube. When you can't be bothered going out to the clubs anymore. Right, let's see what this one is all about. The story of Freedom Ship. The Freedom Ship. I'm guessing this is a sinking. Well, let's look at the description. Oh, I don't know if this is a sinking or if, I don't know what the script is with this one, but I'm intrigued.
Miss Jake.
It's only 14 minutes long.
Ever since I was,
I'll be quiet.
I don't know, 10 or 11, I came across, and this is a true story, I came across the story, or at that time, the very real, in-development project of Freedom Ship. I remember I became obsessed with this out-of-the-world concept.
Look at that!
And got so excited for the future. But it's been well over a decade since, and nothing solid has culminated. So today I figured it might be interesting to look into what happened to the ambitious Freedom Ship concept, what it was, and what the future may hold. I also got a chance to see what the current CEO behind the project has to say. This is the story of Freedom Ship. I want to quickly thank Ridge for sponsoring this video. Go to ridge.com and Keikos. Here, let's go back or use the code BSF at checkout to get 10% off your order. Now let's go back to the 1990s with a visionary man by the name of Norman Nixon, an engineer from Sarasota, Florida. He was developing a small
I was going to guess he was
island
from I was going to guess he was from Texas or something. That hat.
Nixon, an engineer from Sarasota, Florida. He was developing a small island in the Turks and Caicos. However, after losing the property, he switched gears to an entirely different concept, a floating city. Back in Florida, Roger Gooch, an entrepreneur and investor, had a pretty successful travel agency business which he had been operating for a few years. He had also been dreaming of something new in the leisure market and came up with the idea of buying a cruise ship and refitting the existing cabins into condo units. The return on investment had the potential to be lucrative, and Roger, along with his colleagues, had begun looking seriously into the idea. However, one day, just by chance, things were about to change.
Come back, and I'm reading the paper here in Florida. A man had a small article, and he goes, condo cruise ship.
Read your chips.
It was just a small little article.
This is perfect. I said earlier I wouldn't do a what's it? What are they called again? HelloFresh sponsor. McDonald's. If you're watching, happily.
And if I hadn't come back at that time and read it, I would have never encountered Norm or any of them. So I go to this seminar. It's at a hotel, and I enter, and there's a pretty large room, and there's about 4 people in the room. And at the time, I didn't realize who he was, but Norm Nixon comes over and introduces himself to me. And he says, I'm the engineer of this development, this thing, and we're glad you came, you know. And I said, this can't be 5,000 feet long. He goes, oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it'll be the largest vessel ever built in the world in history. He was an interesting guy. He was very learned, needless to say, and in a lot of respects, he was somewhat eccentric. And he says, I'd really like to speak with you further about this. We can build it, but we don't know how to bring it to the attention of the world. He says, we need someone to do this.
Norm Nixon and Roger hit it off at the seminar, and soon Roger was brought on to their team as head of marketing, tasked with bringing this insane idea to the public. At this point, Norm and his team had only shown a few select investors and curious patrons what they had, but now things were about to explode for them. By the early 2000s, the Freedom Ship project began to pick up some steam, with various nautical magazines writing small stories. But then, Roger made a deal with the Discovery Channel in 2002 with a nationally broadcast documentary of Freedom Ship. Suddenly, the project was catapulted into the public eye, and the team was suddenly inundated with media requests and even people looking to buy units aboard. Freedom Ship almost overnight became known across the world, which is great news for the team working on getting it built. Floating cities or even islands is nothing really new. It's been depicted across science fiction even as early as the late 1800s. However, what made Freedom Ship different and somewhat intriguing is how literal and practical from an engineering standpoint it was being taken. Sure, someone can dream up a rough idea of something, but these guys were putting together actual logistics. The idea behind Freedom Ship was to comfortably house over 50,000 permanent residents and take in an additional 30,000 tourists each day. Though because it's technically a ship, it can transport its residents all across the world into new ports and subsequently take on new tourists, an always changing market of guests and scenery.
See if you live in a boat. See if you live in a boat and you can travel freely around the world. Where do you pay your tax to? Who, like, and say, assume you like work, right? What jurisdiction do you come under? Like, who? What do you do with that? I'm just imagining if you worked on this Freedom Ship. If you lived on it. I'm assuming you could probably live on it if you wanted, right? And you lived your life there and you worked from this ship that's constantly moving. Would you have to pick somewhere?
It's sort of like taking, say, I don't know, all of Baytown, Texas, and putting it on a movable platform. Actually, that's kind of insane, isn't it? Huh. Anyways, to make the return on investment favorable to the cost to build, the ship would need to grow in scale to an unprecedented level. Freedom Ship would span almost 6,000 feet, meaning the vessel would be over a mile long. For comparison, one of the longest and largest ships today is the Maersk Line EEE class ships, spanning around 1,300 feet. The largest cruise ship is Royal Caribbean Symphony of the Seas at 1,180 feet. So it's almost like lining up Symphony of the Seas 6 times. Freedom
Switch to a Royal Bank of Scotland current account with our offer of £200. It's yours to spend.
Would also span over 25 decks, and one of its most striking features is the rooftop airport deck. Fitted with 2 runways, Freedom Ship would allow turboprop aircraft to land and depart off of its own top deck. Below, the ship would also feature various inlets in the superstructure design, allowing for tons of open space concourses fitted with pools, parks, walking space, restaurants, you name it. Even in some iterations, a theme park. Towards the aft of the vessel, the hull would split into sections, allowing small bays where tender boats could tie in and dock to ferry residents and guests on board. Of course, to support all these people, the vast square footage inside would accommodate everything a small city would, with schools, a hospital, a mall, and really anything else you can think of. Timeshares would cost around $70,000, and resident condos would start around $250,000 all the way up to several millions of dollars. Though since the ship is constantly moving, your condo view is always changing. Plus, since Freedom Ship is not under the federal laws of any certain country, residents on board would theoretically not be taxed by any government. At the end of the day, Freedom Ship would be so large that it would have to be built offshore at the staggering cost of over $10 billion. At that price, external funding, and a lot of it, would obviously need to be raised before things began to move forward. Not only did the team need to finalize the plans themselves for the vessel, but they needed to figure out the enormous task of logistics to even build the ship. So over the next few years, Norm, Roger, and the team had begun working on raising the capital to start construction. However, individuals and companies dealing in fraudulent and scammed money became all too common for them, and really slowed things down. They reached out to brands and offered large equity stakes to investment firms, but the general consensus was that Freedom Ship was still unproven despite the proposed healthy return on investment, and they were just going to wait and see.
And in that respect, we were going to a lot of global maritime symposiums and conventions. And
It
we
just seems a bit
naturally
too
met a
far-fetched.
fair amount of the execs of major cruise
Very
lines.
far-fetched.
I was certainly amenable. I said we would happily joint venture with a notable, credible cruise company. We did have communications through these conventions and et cetera with various people of Carnival Cruise Lines, Norwegian, Royal Caribbean, and some other notable cruise companies. And they were all like, what an interesting project. We're going to wait and see. But it was very appealing. And a couple of them said, God, I hope you guys pull this off.
Even with the interest of prominent and wealthy individuals in the Middle East, funding was held back until construction began, which would take at least $1.5 billion to begin, which of course brought them back to square one. By around 2008, the economy had turned in America, and Norm Nixon had seemed to have lost hope in his project. Him and Roger began to communicate less, as Nixon had seemed to focus on raising funding himself. As years went by, the concept failed to gain investor funding, and in 2012, Norman Nixon had passed away, seemingly bringing along the dream of Freedom Ship with him. That was until just shortly after, when Roger had stepped back in and decided to revitalize the project once again with him at the helm, now to try and complete what the team, and more importantly, his colleague and friend, had started. Immediately, he began talks with an Indian-based entity who had capital and government contacts that wanted to build the ship there. While that continued through the mid-2010s, Roger established contact with a development company based in Hong Kong called Global Development, who had been following the project for many years.
Wait, what?
They began 2010s, Roger established contact with a development company based in Hong Kong called
It's a pretty boring name.
Global Development, who had been following the project for many years. They became a major stockholder in Roger's newly formed entity, and they began looking for additional players to raise money for the concept. But that...
Well, it reminds me of, like, there was a theme park that opened in America. It was open for like a year or something, called Freedom Land. Don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I saw it on another YouTube channel. Freedom Land. It was like an American themed theme park.
That brings us to right now, and really, well, it's been over 25 years since the project has been going, and really nothing has culminated.
Well, we do get a lot of, people certainly said, oh, I've heard about this, it'll never happen, or it hasn't happened before, or whatever, and a big hit was, to the positive sense, was hit when we affiliated with Global out of China. Certainly from a construction and logistical standpoint, you can go into the superlatives of it's the biggest, it's the most, it's the largest, it's impossible, but the engineers actually said this. They said, basically, we can build this given the money. Now, the question is whether the money was practical from an economic standpoint. And after Norm had determined, as you saw in Discovery, that you're basically building it in a modular standpoint with off-the-shelf steel samples, the cost got effective to the point that people could afford to buy the unit. Relative to our relationship now with Global Development in Hong Kong, I feel very confident, most confident, and keep in mind I am biased, I've been involved in the project for almost 2 decades. I feel now, whereas before I would say, in the old days I would say there's a 50-50 chance of this thing becoming reality. Now I can be frank, and I'm a pretty much of a numbers guy. I'd have to put it at 82% chance this thing's gonna go. If the demand wasn't there, I'd probably give up on the project. I just hope that it gets done within my lifetime. Yeah. And I would say you could probably
Switch to a Royal Bank of Scotland current account with our offer of £200. It's
be seeing some significant progress shown via the media within 6 months.
Roger hopes to have substantial capital into the company by 2020 and substantial progress in the years following. Is that actually going to happen?
No.
Well, personally, even after talking to Roger, who's a genuinely nice man and just wants to complete the multi-decade dream, and he certainly believes in the concept himself, I just have a hard time believing that something of this scale requiring that much capital is even possible with the talent and corporate infrastructure that they have. By all means, that could definitely change in the future, but I'm just not sure. My opinion is basically worthless since I have no formal education in economics and engineering, but the amount of things that need to coalesce from funding, regulations, logistic building plans, and so much more is just overwhelming. Just the amount of staff needed to execute something this large, which has never been done before, remind you, just seems so out of reach. Though the core idea of what Roger had in the beginning with a Kondo cruise ship did come to fruition in the form of the MS The World, a purpose-built Kondo cruise ship launched in 2001. It went with the same idea of having a permanent residence on board a ship traveling to new ports every day. Though this vessel is vastly different in the sense that it targets the ultra-premium market, mainly with wealthy retirees, and apparently it's been very successful. Freedom Ship really was a phenomenon. Maybe some of you read about it in Popular Mechanics back in 1998, or maybe you saw it on the Discovery Channel like I did as a kid, or maybe you just saw some futuristic pictures of the vessel somewhere deep and dark on the internet, and never really thought anything of it or what the story behind it was. For me, I have always been excited about futuristic projects, and something this ambitious obviously caught my eye. Freedom Ship was the idea of a man who dreamt big, and by chance had caught the attention of Roger, possibly another person crazy enough to try and see this potentially revolutionary idea through. Honestly, I don't think it will ever happen, at least in the form it is now, but Roger has a level of optimism and assurance that I just have to appreciate what he is trying to do. And I suppose every big idea in history has its doubters, and regardless, I certainly support him. So who knows, maybe this legendary, futuristic, floating city might actually take to the seas after all.
I mean, you know what? Maybe one day, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. I think there will be something, I guess. I don't see why not, but I guess like, if you were to think like 100 years ago, would you have thought half the stuff today would be a thing? You probably wouldn't have imagined it, so I want to see what the world ship. I want to see how much it costs to get an apartment. How much residence at sea? Residence. Here we go. Our story. Watch our story. That's much easier than reading it.
The world is the largest private residential yacht on Earth. An international community of global adventurers.
A cult.
Each sharing a sense of wanderlust and a thirst for knowledge. Each day, you travel the globe with an unmatched depth of exploration and return to the comfort of your very own home. Intimate, curated excursions.
I just can't imagine. It's got to be people that don't work who would be going for this, right? Who I just can't see how you could practically live a life where you need to work on this.
Await just outside your door. Incredible expeditions from remote destinations to celebrated cultural capitals create the remarkable memories
You're too busy out doing stuff to work.
few are fortunate to experience. Every destination is brought to life with renowned experts for a profound immersion you won't find anywhere else. And as a homeowner, you have a voice in choosing the ship's itinerary and have access to the planet's most exclusive locations. At the end of each day, return to the comforts of your own private residence, filled with your belongings, your books, your artwork, even your wine collection. Host friends for an intimate
It's all going to be like the same people you meet, though, all the time. Oh, you said... Oh, let me have a look. Wait, hang on. I noticed that I'll sort it. In fact, you know what? I'll sort it right now. Just say Emma. I thought they were just... I mean, I saw them, but I don't... I guess I'll just ban them. So we think it's going to cost... Oh yeah, so if you're on this boat, it's just going to be... I finished at Drummond. It's just going to be like the same people. It's going to turn... Did they have loads? No, I think... Thanks for mentioning it. Thank you. I need to run... No, you didn't interrupt at all. I need to run the Commander Route thing at some point. I used to do that like once a month, but I've forgotten. I've just kind of got lazy. It takes forever, man. It takes so long, Commander Route, to like do its thing, to block all known bots. Because there's so many of them. I think if you lived on the world, it'll end up being just a big inbred society. Because you're just going to have kids with the same people, right?
President's meal, freshly prepared by one of the world's masterful chefs right in your kitchen. Or enjoy wonderful gastronomic creations in one of the ship's 6 diverse dining venues. Aboard the World.
You're not gonna just invite any stranger on, because you know they're not privileged enough.
Your every need.
You're not gonna invite some randomer from the mainland onto the world.
Is tended to. Your onboard team anticipates the specific preferences of each resident. Every detail, from innovative haute cuisine to housekeeping services to tailored wellness.
Plus, you couldn't even do it because the boat's going to leave and then they're not going to get home. So you're just going to have to. I think they're going to start a new. I think when the world ends and the seas rise, when the sea waters rise. It's just going to be the people left. Everybody's going to drown on the mainland. And then it's just going to be these people living on this boat, the world, that are going to be left to repopulate the world. The real world. The actual world. When global warming takes over, it's just going to be this community on their boat.
Programs, each customized specifically for you. Active lifestyles are equally valued on board and off, from enriching learning opportunities with Nobel laureates to simply perfecting your swing. As an owner aboard the World, you will be one of the privileged few who enjoy the highest standard.
This just reminds me of this also just reminds me of The Village. That movie, The Village, kind of, where it's just like everybody's in their own little community and they don't know anybody outside of it.
Of luxury living, an unprecedented breadth of global exploration, and the unique camaraderie of an international community of adventure seekers. It is a home that offers a lifestyle unlike any other. This is the world.
This is the world. Right. Life on board. Aye, right. Right. Let me buy a place. Look, what? Somebody's got... Oh, is it a board game? Wikipedia the board game. Studio residence. Let's have a look at the studio. So this is like the cheapest of the cheap, right? This is the smallest of the small. I mean, that looks kind of nice. I don't think they're going to tell you the prices here, though. It's going to be a thing like if you need to ask, it's already too expensive for you. $500, half a mil. Yeah, I've got no idea. I suppose you could probably Google it, and probably some prices will come up. Ooh, you get a little balcony. Learn more. We have to contact them. Will we phone them directly? Just phone them now. Rare expeditions. Greenland. Namibia. Antarctica. I thought like these boats would maybe need to have modifications to go through. I thought like the hull would need to be strengthened if you're going through like ice. Which maybe it is, I guess. Oh, here we go. Annual, so it's a yearly thing. They paid 2.8 million for it. So they paid 2.8 million, and then they've also got to pay 300 grand annually to keep it. That's like your service costs, service fees or whatever. Mums, if you say I want off now, I need to go, do they just get a helicopter for you and that's you? Onboard activity, have a look at this. It would be very, very interesting. I do agree with that. I think it would be a bit. I think it would become kind of culty though. It'd feel weird just bumping into the same like. I don't know how many people there. 100 people. I've got no idea. Low ceilings. Here's if you want to go visit the Titanic, you can. You can go. You can fill out a form. But you can pay to visit the Titanic. for the low price of... It was 250 grand. 250 grand and you can go.
Titanic was amazing.
Totally enjoyable experience.
You can't believe that you're there.
This is a remarkable event in my life.
You can lose track. It's so legendary that it's real. This is feasible. It's something they can do. It's accessible to regular people.
These people have all got to be rich, like millionaires, yeah.
Well, Titanic is just the best, most wonderful adventure I could think of.
And here came an opportunity to go to the bottom of the ocean, and that to see the Titanic. I said, wow, that's an opportunity I wouldn't want to miss.
I mean, I want to go. I don't have $250,000 though.
As I said, it takes your breath away when you first see it. It's all of a sudden it's right there, and it's real. It's no longer in a book. It's no longer just something in your imagination or something you tried to picture. It's the real ship.
My head is right there in the viewport. I'm looking at it. The lights are shining. The colors are bright and vibrant. And it's just unbelievable.
He made an app.
We landed on the seabed and saw that little mist of sediment come up. And
Did it have their names pop up? Are you seeing how they made the money?
it was quite a feeling because we knew that we were close to an object, and we had come down almost in a perfect descent the entire dive.
Cruising up.
All right.
Down and,
yeah.
And you start seeing some debris, and then you see some plates
Yeah, you're probably
from
right.
the Titanic on the ground, and then you realize, oh wow, this is real. We're gonna see something here.
At one point, as we're motoring along, you look down and see a chandelier sitting there.
Kellogg. Is she a daughter of, in relation to Kellogg, like cornflake cereal guy?
On the bottom, and you can still see all the crystals.
From there, we explored the bow, caught the pictures we all wanted to catch, obviously.
Seeing the bow of the Titanic, I think, was probably my favorite part, just because it's so iconic. I'd say the historical perspective of this trip is very significant, is incredible.
We're seeing the remains of one of the great historical events of all time. You can't beat that. And we're doing it, we're going someplace like almost no one will ever go. It's very, very exciting.
Not many people have done.
You can't beat that. And we're doing it, we're going someplace like almost no one will ever go. It's very, very exciting.
That kind of reminded me of like how Donald Trump speaks just at the end there.
Someplace like almost no one will ever go. It's very, very exciting.
Seems like
Not many people.
Donald
have done
Trump a
it,
wee bit.
And you know, that's part of the appeal too, right?
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's too much. It's too much for a human.
This is for real. This is not tourism. This isn't a theme park. There's a real adventure going on. There's real research.
There are some incredible people wrapped around this.
Why is she recording this? I mean, I guess she can record if she wants.
There are some incredible people wrapped around this whole enterprise.
So the folks at Ocean Gate Expeditions have been the best.
I don't understand.
Through all these years, but especially.
I mean, maybe. Well, I don't know. Actually, she doesn't look that young. I thought she was a lot younger than maybe she is.
There are some incredible people
I don't know. She does look kind of young. I think she's. I can't tell.
wrapped around
So the folks at Ocean Gate Expeditions have been the best through all these years, but especially, you know, at this moment, you know, this is what they're here for. They're here to make the dreams come true.
It's an incredibly inspirational group of people.
And that's the whole team going together and having a good time, I guess. That's most important.
A phenomenal experience is really the whole week of watching all the operations to having my opportunity to go down to see the Titanic.
Diving on the Titanic with Ocean Gate, it's a fabulous experience.
As there's more publicity, and I think more people will be fighting for a spot on this ship.
Oh, well, I'll never be able to afford it. I wonder how long you go down for. Does it say? Hours. Enjoy hours of exploring the wreck and debris field before making the 2-hour ascent to the surface. Oh well, that's not bad. It's better than like going down for 10 minutes then going back up. Assuming you get to spend hours down there. Ooh. The Bermuda Triangle. You've just been a submarine. Yeah. Well, that's a shame. FAQs. How many people can go? 5. Oh well. Bermuda Triangle documentary. Ship launches that went horribly wrong. 10 ship launches that went horribly wrong. Okay, I'm curious now.
From a mishap in Malaysia ending in utter
I don't think they provide packed lunch.
catastrophe and a Russian tugboat landing the complete wrong way to a $1 million yacht sinking after slipping from its harness and an oil spill in the Galapagos that nobody saw coming.
I think I've seen most of these.
Are 10 ship launches gone horribly wrong. Somewhere in Australia, a master and his apprentice decided it was a good day for boating. They rigged their motorboat, named the Iceberg, to the truck and hauled her over to the local marina. All that was left to do was lower her in and sail away. Slow and steady are the keys to a successful boat launch.
I mean,
of course, that's assuming everything else goes according to plan.
When I read the title, I thought it was going to be like big boats, not like this.
These guys seem to be doing everything right. Then, everything went horribly wrong.
It's going to detach from the hook and it's going to slide in, right? Backwards, surely. Or the car's going to go back in with it.
Hey, see you later. And that's where the brakes just, yeah.
I mean, the boat's fine. It's the car that's fucked.
Go to the floor. But you're on the wrong side of the boat, Steve. The brake go to the floor? Yeah. Yeah, okay. You bust a hose or something. Surprisingly, there's a little oil in there. That's all I'm amazed about. That's why I was stressing to get it out before oil in there. There was only oil when we started putting it out. Yeah, no, I'm impressed.
Oh, is he pushing? He's pushing the car back to the sea, to the land.
Still got shoes wet. NASCAR driver.
Boat's fine for now.
Saying, oh no, I want to keep my shoes dry. No, that was you to jump back. That was it.
The Iceberg lowers slowly into the water, with our boating master signaling his apprentice to give it a little more slack. Everything goes smoothly until the brakes on their truck fail, and both vehicles plunge into the water. The truck begins sinking immediately, but the apprentice climbs through the back window. You can hear them joking about not wanting to get his shoes wet as they re-watch the footage. Thankfully, our boater thinks quickly and pushes the truck toward the shallow water. So, even though it sinks, it's not far out in the middle of the marina.
There we go.
When
That was
you
alright.
pitch your next big idea, Grammarly's tone suggestions can help pitch it with confidence to get.
Crazy rich Russians had trouble holding on to their million-dollar yachts long before the 2022 sanctions. Of course, most of them are rich enough to buy 3 more. In August of 2012, one unlucky Russian millionaire just wanted to spend some time on their luxury yacht. The Universe and crane operator had other plans. The multi-million-dollar yacht hangs over the canal, and things don't look too good from the start. Unfortunately, there isn't any audio, but you don't need any sound to grasp what happens next. The boat leans awkwardly before the crane gives way, and the yacht nosedives into the water. To make matters worse, the yacht lands upside down, doing untold damage to the interior and main deck.
Not really, does it?
The story first appeared in Bloomberg in 2012, but the article has since been deleted. You'd think such a massive mistake would warrant more coverage, but
Wonder
who
if there's
knows?
somebody in that.
Maybe somebody didn't want the story getting out. On January 28th of 2022, a fishing boat in Patani, Thailand needed some repairs. 2 cranes arrived to pull the boat out of the water. One crane was supposed to support the bow while the other held the stern. As both cranes lifted the vessel out of the water, the cables holding the stern broke, leaving one crane to support the ship's weight. Spoiler alert, it was too heavy.
Oh, I think I've seen this one actually. I've got a game for us to play after. I've got a game for us to play after this video.
Almost have the fishing boat onto the dock when the cables finally snap. The rear crane whips backward while the other starts falling toward the water. Our crane operator leaps from the cockpit at the absolute last second and lands hard on the dock. He crawls to safety as his crane plummets into the sea. Later, we get a close-up view of the wreckage. These guys are probably thinking, we're gonna need a bigger crane. According to reports, the crane operator broke his leg when he jumped from the cockpit. They brought him to the hospital where he was apparently in good spirits. The company covered his medical expenses, as they should, and he got a death-defying story to tell. On September 29th of 2011, a luxury Chinese yacht called the SS Jugang prepared for its maiden voyage. The vessel cost about...
SS, that must mean it's a steam... Was it steam something?
$2.7 million and was probably the most luxurious thing in this small Chinese village on the banks of the Yellow River. Workers positioned the boat on launching airbags and lowered it towards the water. Unfortunately, the entire operation was doomed before it even started. The launch is clearly a local spectacle as people gather on stage to see the ship off. You can hear the crackling airbags as workers use rope to lower the boat. But the bow starts sinking when it hits the water. Soon, almost a third of the ship is submerged. All our workers can do is play the blame game. Someone clearly made a miscalculation. According to reports,
They're just basically scooping all the water into the boat as they lower it.
They underestimated the river's depth, causing the yacht to take on water. It sat like that for 4 days until they finally dragged it ashore. They were able to salvage the boat, but what happened after that is a mystery.
Bike to Work is getting thousands of employees just like yours to and from.
On August 5th of 2014, in the Malaysian state of Sarawak, a shipping company prepared to launch its latest investment. They were excited to watch their new boat glide down the launching ramp and sail out to sea. According to Murphy's Law, whatever can go wrong
Steam
will
ship.
go wrong.
Steam
Unfortunately, this launch couldn't have gone any worse for the crew on board. Someone should have knocked on wood before embarking on their maiden voyage.
Bang. Oh, it's tilting. Is it tilting? Oh.
Launching of main port Tara.
Uh-oh. Wait, is that good? That looks right.
Launching. See that? Wow.
Wait, that was worse. That was worse than that boat we saw ages ago. That was really bad.
The only thing holding the ship in place are a few cables attached to the dock. They get the green light to release, and the cables break away. The ship rolls down the airbags, and the bow plunges into the water. Excitement fills the air as the crew gathers on a balcony to watch. Moments later, they're holding on for dear life. The
Was it
boat
because it's
capsizes
too shallow?
portside in the shallow water
Yeah,
and
it's too
starts
shallow.
floating away. As the ship floats away, we see
That's
the crew
ironic.
members climb over the railing and onto the side, which is now the top. Hopefully, our shipping company had some kind of catastrophic launch insurance.
Wow, the water wasn't deep enough to launch it.
In the coastal South African province of KwaZulu-Natal, a group of friends quickly learned how not to launch a boat. The plan seemed simple enough. Use the Jeep to push the trailer into the water and let the waves do the rest. Our driver must have missed the part about slow and steady because they decided to gun it toward the ocean instead.
Oh my god. Oh. What an idiot. This guy's still hanging off the edge.
The driver starts off
Oh, yeah.
slow, but
Was
then
it?
decides to punch the
Oh my God,
gas
wasn't that
once
gay?
they pick up a little momentum. Then they slam on the brakes, causing the boat to slide off the
Oh.
trailer and get stuck in the shallow water. Thanks to Newton's first law, those on board keep going, and one topples over the side of the boat. Then, as if things couldn't get any worse, the Jeep gets stuck in the mud. Now how are they supposed to get the boat out? Our cameraman, Jared Opperman, said he couldn't help but laugh at the massive screw-up. You had one job, he told the driver, but then again, I can't imagine a scenario where this type of launch actually works to begin with.
Introducing New Rock Frame Slab 032, designed
What?
specifically for use within timber and
On December 21st of
Oh, here we go.
2011, somewhere in the middle of the ocean, a crew was tasked with lifting a small tugboat out of the water and loading it onto a barge. Judging by the language and accents, we can assume the crew was from Russia. But something about how these guys conduct themselves tells us catastrophe is right around the corner. They seem a little too casual for a group of dudes lifting a multi-ton boat out of the water. So, it was to nobody's surprise when the worst-case scenario occurred.
Gonna snap. We'll land on top of the guy. Oh. Oh.
Ебать копать! Ебать
Oh
копать!
no.
Зафиксируйте, блядь!
Машину заводим, да? Пробили танки,
Где танки пробили?
If we take a look at that again, it's clear that the boat seems incredibly unstable as the crane moves it towards the barge. Something falls off and rolls across the tugboat's deck. Was that enough to break the proverbial camel's back? The cables snap
Surely
and the
not.
boat bounces off the deck before plummeting into the water. Our Russian cameraman gasps and then repeats the same phrase twice. Whatever he said, we imagine it wasn't anything encouraging. Why they were out there, we can't say for sure. Perhaps it was a search and rescue mission or some kind of transport job. Either way, someone had some explaining to do when they returned to shore, one tugboat short. San Cristobal Island is the easternmost island in the Galapagos archipelago. It's famous for being the island Charles Darwin first visited in 1835. Otherwise, San Cristobal
Is that where they ate the tortoises?
has kept to itself in recent years. On December 23rd of 2019, a barge carrying 600 gallons of diesel fuel was preparing to either load or unload in Puerto Baquerizo Moreno. A crane began hoisting the heavy container above the ship, but the weight proved to be a hair too much.
Uh-oh. The tortoises, yeah. They nearly made them extinct.
The crane tips forward and the container crashes onto the ship. The weight pulls the crane onto its front tires and drags it into the water. The boat capsizes and begins sinking as the crew leaps off the side for safety. Workers arrive on a dinghy to remove small debris from the water, but there is little they can do about all that diesel. The Ecuadorian president declared a state of emergency, and officials took immediate action to reduce environmental damage. As for what caused this accident, it seems to be a classic issue of counterweight. You should never take basic training drills for granted, especially when they involve safety measures on board a ship. Take this lifeboat drill, for example. If something goes wrong and you lose the boat, well, it looks like you're going down with the ship. A crew was practicing a routine lifeboat procedure in the middle of the ocean. All they had to do was make sure the crane could lift the boat and put it back in.
These lifeboats look cool. It's like a little submarine.
Place. It sounds about as dull as it looks, but then something goes horribly wrong. The lifeboat nears the top of the crane, and workers reach out to grab the side. But the boat is just out of reach, so the crane operator pulls it closer. But something goes wrong, and the cables snap. The boat tumbles back down and splashes in the water, and the video cuts out shortly after. Thankfully, the lifeboat was unmanned, since this was just practice. And we're not sure what went wrong, whether this was human error or some mechanical malfunction. Let's just hope they didn't need the lifeboat for the rest of the voyage.
We've got a wee game to play after this.
On March 15th of 2014, rising water on the River Thames in London caught one captain entirely off guard. Shortly after launching, the captain realized he had made a grievous mistake. His million-dollar yacht was on a collision course with the Richmond Bridge, and dozens of sunbathing bystanders were about to watch the most embarrassing moment of his life.
He's got to do like a 3-point turn to turn around. Oh, go on, put the throttle on. Dear. Oh no, he's gonna have to go because the current's pushing him down into it. You just got to go with the current, I think. Is there somebody lying on the top? I wouldn't be lying up there. I'm gonna get crushed by the bridge. Get inside.
The captain tries to get under the bridge.
Oh wait, is that the
generally pass through.
Oh, see, that is the captain. He drives up there.
But he realizes he'll never make it. According to UK news, strong currents caused the Thames to rise 7 feet, making it impossible to clear for such a large yacht. Our captain backs out and tries to spin the boat, but he gets caught in the current. He collides with the Richmond, spurring a collective "oh" among the crowd. The water level eventually returned to normal and our captain passed under the bridge. Of course, that's after scraping up the top and side of his yacht. Hopefully, the damage wasn't too bad. To see another...
Okay, Here's the game. Here's what we're gonna. Here's a little game that we're gonna try. I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with it or not. Chrono photo. You've got to guess what year the photo was taken. '97. 93. This is Seinfeld, isn't it? Early Seinfeld. It looks like 91. I'm not sure when Seinfeld started. I'll go 92 because it's a. I'm gonna guess 92. What was it? 89. Or maybe it was before Seinfeld. I don't know when that started. Maybe it was right at the start of Seinfeld. Next round. Okay. What do we think? 89's when it started. Ah, first season then. Wait, does that have the year? 1931. I can see it in the photo. It says there. Can I zoom in? That was easy. Okay. Okay, let's have a look. What's up? What's being shown in the cinema or whatever, the theatre? Can't quite see. Is this New York? 2020? 2020? This may be cheating, I don't know. I'm trying to see what this is. August Hall. San Francisco. Ah. Is that like give blood, donate blood? Is he wearing a face mask? Is that a face mask? This could be around about 2020 then. Oh, 2020 for that, you're right. It's a very modern looking car. And I think he's got a face mask on. Okay. Let's go 2020. And the street's like awfully quiet, although maybe that's just because it's nighttime. Okay, let's go 2020. It was 2020. Nice. Well done. Okay, this looks old. This looks old. This looks old. You got old gas pumps, old cars, very early. I'm gonna like. This is old. I was gonna say 20s. Yeah, I was thinking like 20s, man. I'm thinking 22. 47? No, I think it's older than that, man. 1925. 67. Oh, 70s? 70s? Maybe like mid 70s or something? '67. It's like a Johnny Kentucky car. I feel like it's, you know what, I think it's very much, I feel like it's right at the crossover between the 60s and the 70s. I feel like it's right at the, I think it's early 70s. Yeah, I think it's like early 70s. 72. 73, you're right, David. I think I did pretty well there. Where was your review? Did pretty well, I think. That was easy because it's years in the picture. That one we got bang on as well. That one was a couple years out. That's pretty good. Oh, we've got a high score, 4478. That's a 67 Falcon. Oh. 4478. That's quite a good game, this, isn't it? Oh, the blue car. Ah. I don't know. 30s? 30s? Oh, 54. Would women be allowed to play baseball? When would World War II time? You think so? Could be 30s. I don't know. For some reason I thought it was like the 30s, but I don't know. Maybe it is World War II. Maybe all the men are out fighting in the war, and it's the women staying at home playing baseball. I want to go with that theory. I'm going to say it's like 41. 44. See, I was pretty close. I think that's what's going on. I think all the men are at war and they're playing baseball. Okay. This is screaming 90s. Late 90s. Softball. Early 90s. I was looking at this Porsche. Is this Porsche not kind of... I don't know. You think that's in early 90s? Late 80s? I think you're wrong. I'm going to go for 9... Okay, maybe... You know what? I'm going to go for 92. I'm going 92. '96? Okay. Oh. Cat. Oh, the Porsche was a 94 one. Oh. 63? '61. Look at this. Wait, okay. I'm looking at the camera. Is that a digital camera or is that film? That's got to be film. Wait, 1990? 1990? Is it 1990? There's a year there, 1990. Or, I think that's a 0. Could be 91, yeah. Could also be 91. I'm going to go 1990. Oh, what was it? 91, damn it. Okay, this looks pretty modern. Oh, I can zoom in. Okay, God's sake, I don't need to use this. Oh my God, right. I can zoom in like this. This looks pretty modern, no face masks, so pre-COVID, right? Oh, I mean, he's got a mask on, actually. He's got a little tartan, looks like a little tartan face mask on. So maybe this is like now. Maybe this is like very, very recent. Bulls. I mean, what do we think with the fashion? Is the fashion... Yeah, you know what? The fashion does look a little bit... The fashion does look... very... I'm getting... I think you're right. I'm getting 2008 vibes. Unless I can find a year specifically. Unless I can see an advert with a year in it. $2011. I'm gonna go 2009. I'm gonna go 2010. 2014. Oh man. Didn't do that well this time. Let's do another one. 80s? Early 80s? '84, '85. Okay, let's go for 85. 92. Whoa. 92. This is a photo taken in 1992. Wow. Okay. Oh, I didn't even notice they had rollerblades on. Or not rollerblades, what do they call it? Rollerblades, is that the right term? Roller skates. Oh. What year? '63? Bang on. You're wrong, David. You're wrong. Okay, ice skating. We've got top hats. Looking very posh here. I'm thinking, 20s. Maybe even earlier. Maybe even late, maybe 2010s, maybe. Maybe even earlier than that. Maybe like, well, it goes to 1900. I'm gonna say, yeah, I think it's pre-20s. I'm gonna say like, maybe even earlier than... No, not 2010. I mean like before, I mean like 1910. I'm thinking, I'm gonna go 1908. Everyone looks quite peaceful. This is before any war happened. Everyone looks too happy. Don't know, people look like they're just having a good time. See? Told you, 1907. You know what I mean? When I say any war, I mean World War One, World War Two. That's really what I mean. Okay, so we're in Washington, right? This is is that Washington Monument or whatever it's called? Is that what it's called? Looks like we're I mean, I can't tell if it's a photo that's been colorized. I can't tell if it's... I don't think so. I don't think they're going to do that. These are soldiers, right? Military soldiers. I can't tell if it's a black and white photo that's maybe been colorized. So I was like, is it the end of the war? Is it the end of World War II or something? It looks very grainy, which makes me think it's old, but the fact it's colour throws me off. I think colour's been added. You think so? We've got 1920. Let's go 1920. 1903! Whoa. Gil, you were right. You were right. You ruined my... Look at that. That damaged my score. I only got 53 points from that. Okay. World War II. Or is that tank to modern? .44. I can't tell. Is that... I think that... Let's go 44. I trust you. 50. So it wasn't doing anything really. There wasn't really a war going on in 1950, was there? Korean War. We did rubbish. We did rubbish that time. Actually, no, we did okay for a couple. That one we did rubbish on. I think USA is always in a war. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm looking for a year. This is like 1990, mid-90s. No, that's not cheating. It lets me zoom in. I'm just inspecting the photograph. Mid-90s. Mid to late 90s. I'm going to say 97. I'm going 1997. 2002. 1992. You're 10 years out. 10 years out. That's a lot. You're a whole decade in the past. I'm not sure what this picture is. I'm not sure what's going on here. But if I had to guess... 50s? Yeah. $57. My fashion is from... My fashion is a pair of jeans. In fact, I don't even have jeans on. I've just got tracky. I've got like joggy things on. I just wear t-shirts which are very plain. There. I was pretty close. 55. No, it's joggy. I've got joggy bottoms on. You're very close. Very. Oh, you know what I think this is? Is this not the air show? Oh, yeah, well, it is the air show. I mean, look at all the planes, right? But or the travel. Is this? I think this is the Model T. Was it like the? Was there not like a something was revealed at one of these trade shows? What was it? Oh, what was that again? There was a vehicle revealed at one of these shows, and I can't remember what the vehicle was. World's Fair, yeah. Something was revealed at the World's Fair that was a big, well, probably lots of stuff was, but when do we think? So we're looking at a very primitive flight. So when did we first fly? What year did we conquer flying? (1920) 1909. That was my bad. That was my fault. I didn't consult. You got it, Mr. Norma. So you did. Damn it, I should have listened to you. St. James Hotel. Look at all the hats. My God. What a time. If you were a hat maker, what a time to be alive. What's she wearing? Look at this. Is this a Spanish flu or something going on? The plague? What a time, man. You know, everybody just dresses the same. Nobody's got any individuality, do they? When you look at this crowd, everybody just looks the same. I'm going to guess it's like pre-World War One. I want to guess 19... It looks like quite a good photo, mind you, but I'm going to guess 1915. 06? Why is it such good quality for 1906? Okay. 1980 on the dot. 1980 on the dot. See, next round, we're going to do one guess per person. Right? Each round, somebody's going to guess. And it's on you if we get it right or wrong. I think this is late 70s. I think this is late 70s. Damn it. Oh, it was even earlier. 1966. Okay, so first up, before I've even clicked Mr. Normal, you're going to guess the first photo for the next round. Alright, so get your eyes ready. This is on you. This is the team effort. Okay? Right. I don't care what anybody else says. It's all about what Mr. Normal says. I mean, everyone else can guess if you want, but Mr. Normal is final. What we got? What are we looking at here? Effed up liquor. There's nothing really else. I think it's like early 90s, mid 90s, early to mid 90s maybe. $2,000? 2,000. Mr. Normal says 2,000. Next, David. You're next, David. Okay? What you doing, Mr. Normal? David, this one's you, right? There's no way like the American way. Okay. Do you want me to zoom in? We've got a lot of top hats. Well, that's not really a top hat, but let's see. I mean, people are wearing hats, I guess. It's not top hats, though. Could be around the Great Depression. Okay. And did a year, David? Oh! 1940. Give me a number. Give me a date. Give me a date. Do you want 1940? Oh, sorry. David, 1940. Sorry, I saw you got the same colour text, Gilt and David. Sorry. 1940. I take that back. Right. 1940. Sorry. Sorry. You're both the exact same colour, and I just, yeah. Pretty close. Pretty close. Next, it's Cat. Cat, you're next. Okay, Cat? Okay. You got till the end of the... You got till the end of the... There's not really much to zoom in here on. $60? Oh. Already? We're going for 1960. Benny, we're trying to... I don't know if you've played this before. Good morning. Oh my god, yeah, good morning. It's 2 in the morning. We're on Chrono Photo. I don't know if you've seen this before, Rennie, but you've got to guess what year these photos were taken. I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? Okay, so Kat, we're going round the table. Kat's gonna give us a... Kat, what's the year? You said, was it 1960 you want to go with? Okay, 1960. Oh, 61. Okay, Gil. I don't think you've gone Gil, have you? Okay, you're next, Gil. Okay. What's the year, Gil? Is that your final answer? 68? Okay, 68. Oh, 67! Oh! Nice one. Nice one. Pressure's off. Pressure's off. Vald? Are you here, Vald? I don't think. Oh, Vald is. Right, you ready, Vald? Here you go. This is yours. Here you go. What's the year, Vald? Oh, sorry, 1956? Okay. Okay. It does look pretty old, like this. Looks pretty old. Let's see, 1956. 1968. Wow. You were 12 years out. So it does get worse. Mr. Normal, it does get worse. So let's see. Who did the best? Malcolm X one was good. That was off by a year. 1 year. This one was off by a year, I think. This was off by 12 years. Okay, let's do one more. We'll do one more game of 5 or whatever it is. Okay, we'll do this as a team. Teamwork. Teamwork. He looks like you remind me of one of the Truckle brothers. Wow, we've got Gil going as far back as 1902, and then Mr. Normal saying 1924. It's like 2 decades difference. Wow. No worries, Rainy. No worries at all. Thank you for the raid. Have a good night. Hello, Alpaca. Oh! Hello, Alpaca. Was that a little warning? Hello, Claire. I'm going. I'll say I'm going good. I'm doing good. How are you doing? We've just started a new game. We've got 5 photos to guess the year of. You're going good. 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 Everyone's good. Hey, Munch. What year do we think this is then, folks? 1924? What were you up to tonight, Alpaca? 1924. VIP 1924. Do you think it's 1924? Okay, 1924. Hey, Tim. 1930. Did anybody guess 1930? Nah. JDB? Hello. Next round. Okay, what's this? NASCAR. Early NASCAR. I think it's older than, well, maybe not actually, David. I was thinking like, but yeah, the cars don't look that old. The cars look about 50s, you're right. 52, 55. Let's go with Alpaca, so if it's wrong we can all blame him. 55. 49. Everybody got it wrong. You know, I was right. I said it. I was thinking it could have been 40s, but then I thought the cars don't look old enough for the 40s. But maybe this was their... Maybe this is just as... This was the new shape coming in, I guess. Something about it just didn't look... Something about it looked older than the 50s to me. But then the cars looked too modern for the 40s. New car shape dropped. Where are we? Is that Washington? Trade Center. Okay, we're looking pretty old here. Hiya, Joe. I'm looking at this car. This is like a car straight from the early 90s, late 80s, right? Oh, is that like a body kit on this? Look how low this is. Is this a Golf? Old Golf. Is this a taxi? Old taxi? Garage parking, daily parking, $7. $7 or something, is that? What year would that be? It's 2023. I'm gonna say, using my pretty good expert opinion, I'm gonna say this one's on me. It's 1995. I'm with you, Alpaca, 1995. Yep. What? What? We talking about 2010? What? What? You know, it's really... I swear, I was going to say, this car looks really old, but I was going to say, this woman... I feel like this woman's dressed ahead of her time. I was going to say, this woman is dressed ahead of her time. Yeah, exactly. But I was looking at everything else. Everything else in this picture looks old. Looks dated. Apart from the way this woman's dressing. It still looks dated, but it looks modern, you know? I just feel like this car looks pretty old. This taxi looks pretty old. This Golf, whatever, looks pretty old. This car looks old. This one here looks like it's pretty old. I was like, it's got to be old. She's just got to be ahead of her time, I think. Well, that was all on me. So I was 15 years out. Okay. Oxbridge. Okay. That's an M plate. Was that a 2008 Mac? It looked old as fuck. You think this is 62? I think it's who knows? Maybe this is like 2000 and fucking 15. I think this isn't as old as 1962. Yeah, this is the future. This is cyberpunk. I think this is, I'm gonna say this is like early 80s. I'm gonna say 80. 1994. Wait, you were right, Vald. You were super close, actually. Those buses got phased out mid-90s. You were like bang on. How do you know this? We're doing rubbish this round. This game. Palm Springs. Sony. Is that Sony? No, South. Something South. Right, the women are wearing pants and it's past the 50s. Yeah, I mean, I think I could tell I was probably... Who knows, maybe this is like 1852, right? Or something. 1944? I feel like this is the 50s. I feel like this is like the 50s. What is this game, Munch? It's called Chrono Photo. And you've got to guess what year these pictures were taken. 1981. Nah. Everything screams pretty old to me. Like, you know what? I'm thinking maybe even 70s. Something like maybe the 70s. I can imagine it being like the 70s. But I feel like this is an older train. I feel like the clothing looks maybe like 70s. But I don't feel like this is what they wore in the 50s, but we'll go 55. 49. Whoa. Oh, Mark, you were close. Let's do one more. Let's do one more. Close-ish. This is the war, isn't it? Something tells me this was the war. $1911. Okay, we'll go with 1911. Oh, nice. That was good. Very good. Oh, lots of Model T Fords, I think. Okay, so this is when the Model T Ford. So we're talking about, this is early cars. Early cars. So like, we're talking like 20s maybe? Like early 20s? Maybe even earlier than that? 1912? $1919? Let's go 1919. 1911. Oh, I should have listened to you, Gil. That was pre-Model T. Oh. The best something on earth. Model S. Okay. The best year round. Ah, yeah, I think you're right actually. Oh. 80s? 82? Okay, 82. You wouldn't let me down, Mr. Normal. 1990? Gil! Right. I'm listening to Gil. Whatever Gil says next, Gil, what is it? SeaWorld. Before SeaWorld got whatever. 2024. This is in the future when SeaWorld redeems itself somehow. 2007? I don't care what anybody else says, I just care what Guilt says. That's not 1992. Surely not. 2007. Yeah, I'm thinking this is sort of like 2000s, mid 2000s. 2007. Okay, that was alright. That was alright. 99. Nah, it wasn't it? Well, I mean, it was closer to 99 than 97 actually. Can we see a date on the page or the post? I don't think zooming in. You can zoom in. It gives you the ability to zoom in. I'm just inspecting the photo. 62, 61, 62. Let's go in the middle then. Let's go 62. Oh, damn it, 63. This is fun. Let's do another one. It's like, I wish it was like 10 round. I wish it was 10 pictures per round instead of 5. We need to keep going until we get until we get 5 photos bang on for each year. Then we can't do any better. That's it, completed. Okay, so this looks you know, dare I say 1915. $1910. I'm gonna go with my gut and say 19. 1912. I'm going to go say 1912 as well. 1907. Gil, you're always so close, Gil, when I don't go with what you... when I don't pick you. Oh, the Hoover Dam. So this will be after it was constructed. Sorry, after it was constructed. It was constructed between 1932 and 19... Shut up. 1937? So I'm going to guess this was them pretty much after they built it and they're like, check out this wonder of the world. So I'm going to guess 38, yep. I'm going to go 38. Fuck. Close. Bearded Burger. Facebook, right? We're in the era of Facebook and Twitter being a thing. So we're probably talking, you know, and like I don't think anybody really cared about Facebook and Twitter or like having them on their van until like after 2010, right? Opened in 1990s, 1930. I was close. I was close. People don't care. People didn't care. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's like sort of 20. Like I don't ever remember seeing people doing this until like 2015, even. But I'm just trying to. You know what? I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say it's 2014. Yep, I'm with Gil. 2014. 2022. Fuck. I'm I was right though. People never did this until I said like 2015. I don't ever remember seeing anybody put stickers like this on their premises. Look around the van. Is there a year in this? What am I looking at? Oh, I see. Yeah. Nah, I don't think anybody. Nobody's wearing a mask or anything. Man, okay. I should have known. I should have known. What do we think? I've got no idea, man. I don't really know. Is this like the trial for World War II? Is this the German Nazi trial or something? Or am I just making this up? The Nuremberg trials. Yeah, that's what that was, wasn't it? So, what year do we think? 1945? 46. Okay. That was good. That was good. I saw you tried to have a cop out there, but no, it was fine. It was good. Welcome home to our dear son and brother. Okay. Okay, so he's come home from the war, from a war. Come home from World War One. Is this World War One? Maybe. Aussie. Is this Aussie or is this just another Union Jack? I think it is Aussie. There's like a. That looks like. Is that part of the Australian flag? I don't know. Wait, here. There's loads of flags. Is this like the Commonwealth or something? What's going on? $18. Nice. Nice. We did good in all of them apart from one. Right, one more. Genuinely one more, and then I'm going. Okay. What do we think? China World War II. $40? $43? I got no idea. For fuck's sake. Oh! 69. Haha. 1969. That's funny. No. This is definitely 2022. No. This is definitely 1900 when we went to the moon. Right. Oh, the Queen's coronation. No, George's. It's the funeral of King George, right? So that was 1937. No, 50 something. 1955. 53. What year did King George die? '52? Did he die in 52? 53! Ah! Joe, I should have listened to you. What is this? What's going on in this picture? Well, I guess his funeral wasn't until 53. Okay, 70? 73? 74? 54? Really? You think it's as old as that? So you think this is this has color added? I don't think it's as old as 54. Cars 50s. Yeah, but cars exist after the 50s. Cars can age too, you know. So it could exist in 67, right? I'm gonna go 67. I bet you it's 54. See if it's 54. Oh my god. I take it all back. I take it all back. I take it all back. Oh man. That's your fault, Tro. What is going on here? Forest fire. Oh, is this Australia? No. LA? That was last year, 2021? Was that, oh, 2 years ago now, but 2021? Kodachrome film. LA had a big fire, right? It was 2021. Or was it 2020? Or 2022? 2021. 2018? Oh, I was off. Maybe they had another. They must have had another fire. Ah, you were right, alpaca. Right, let's do one more. Let's do one more. Let's do one more, and let's just do one more. We need music, don't we?
It's Friday,
81. Shorts. Titanic, because our performance tonight in this game has been a tragedy. Our performance tonight is up there with Titanic. No, cannot. When was it? 1972? 80s? It's amazing how '80s maybe? Okay. 81. Let's go 81. Yes, man! We're gonna redeem it. We're doing well. Good start. Well done, team. Yeah, I'm gonna guess sort of 20... 25? 31. Oops. I went against what everybody else said. But if it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have got that other one so close, so... If it wasn't for me, then we wouldn't have got this one so close. So... Okay, right, I think I better call it a night. That was good, wasn't it? We'll do this again, it was good fun, wasn't it? It was fun not really playing a video game tonight and just watching YouTube and chatting and doing silly stuff. We'll do it more often. We'll do it more often. I need to find more games like this. Oh wait, Hurdle. I wanted to do Hurdle, didn't I? I wanted to do Hurdle. Can I do Hurdle? Hang on. Don't know how it works. Oh, okay, here we go. I guess this is it. Hang on. So here we go. Oh, I know. This is what it feels like. Submit. Was that right? See, here we go, right? Okay. Wait, is that it? Did I get one and that's it? I get one guess and that one go and that's it? Or is there more to it? Do I just have to keep refreshing this? Next hurdle in 21 hours. One per day? That's rubbish. Have you seen... What's that? Well, I got my hurdle in... Oh, I don't think I'll be very good at this. I'm not good at actors. Hurdle 90s. '90s. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, I don't know this one. 90s. Mysterious Ways? By U2. Oh, you got it? I've never heard of that. So I've got to do. I've got one of each to do. Okay. There's a skip 1 second option. We don't need that. We're good enough. Listen up. Party all the time. Was not party all the time? My girl wants to party all the time. I thought it was Do, 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 do. Yeah, Eddie Murphy, but I guess he's not an option. Guess we have to go again. Is it Jump for My Love? Jump for da da. Do, 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 do. Skip 1 second. Okay, skip another one. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, maybe a bit more. I've got no idea. Push It. I don't think. Push It. Nah. Any idea what this is, Alpaca? I've got no idea. See if you've got your phone up, capturing that, and then it finds the song, and you pretend you just knew it. Lemmy would know. Sounds like something Lemmy would actually make on Ableton. No idea. No idea. No idea. What was it? Human League, Open Your Heart. Oh well. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Hurdle. Hurdle. Oh, I wanted to sound more like that. That was cool. Baker Grove. I've got no idea what this is. I'm scared. Pop. Oh, I'm playing with other people. What is this? Guess the song. Oh. It's quite quiet, isn't it? Can I turn the sound up? This is cool. I don't know what the song is, but this is a cool game, playing against other people. I don't know what that was though. I can't even hear it. How could you even guess if you not heard it? Who do you even know that's that? How do people know it's that song? I guess I'll guess it as well then. How do people know these songs? Let me try another genre. Dance Hands, maybe. Guess the artist. Tiesto? I'm gonna guess it's the DJ. Okay, no. Okay. I mean, this is kind of cool. No lie. Yeah. This is kind of cool. I mean, you just hop in and start playing. I can invite friends. I can invite you all. Wait, I wonder if I could get that link and paste it in the chat. Random. Who wants to join in? Who sings this? Gaga, Lady Gaga. Don't know. Who's Alejandro? I guessed. I don't know who it was. Who's which? Withcraft. Which Withcraft?
My car brand new, yeah. I got everything I want but you.
I don't know. It's not Mr. Saxo Beat.
I'ma get you one day. House on the hill, Hollywood.
Here. Everybody hop in. Hop in. There's the link, hop in. Swedish House Mafia, of course. Them maybe? I don't think it sounds like anyone else. Oh, it's Dead Mouse. Okay. I didn't know it was Dead Mouse. Oh dear. Oh. Mike Posner. But you don't know the way that you look when your steps make that much noise. Shh, I got you all figured out. Is this my score? 490? I don't know. Bob Sinclair. Oh, mate. Is? Fucking yes. Oh, Florida. I'm gonna win this. Oh, I'm winning this. Yes. This is when I was in the clubs, man. This is when I was in the clubs. Tile Cruz. Look at this. Look at all these losers, man. Look at all these losers. Did I win? I fucking smashed it. 1,506. Second place got 1,065. Ha ha. And I only got about half of them. You were second, girl. Oh, okay. Okay. Right, I know which one's you now. Okay, here we go. Okay, random. I'm just gonna go random. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Remedy? I don't know. This is competitive. I don't know. Sweet Escape. Guess. Total guess. Sounds like a game called... a song called Sweet Escape. don't actually know. I just kind of followed. I know the song. I know this song, but I can't remember what it's called. Oh, this is fun. I'm guessing. Guessing. Oh, fucking yes. Yes. Is it because it said cool in the lyrics? I don't know. I'm gonna go with everyone else because I don't know what. Why does it clip the chorus? I don't know. Oh, nobody got it. Good, nobody got it. I'll take that. I don't know. When I'm gone? No? Oh fuck. No? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, words. Right? Oh no, I'm losing! By 2 points. Fuck. Oh fuck. It's not any of these. Is it? Calling. Oh yeah. Oh. I don't know. Sweet Escape. I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck. I lost by 2 points. Oh no. No. I lost by 2 points. I panicked and I just wanted to get an answer as soon as I fucking could on the last one. Are you in as well, Joe? I wonder if I can change my name. Game over. 2010. I'm gonna vote for 2010. You won, Alpaca! Fuck! You beat me by 2 points.
When I met you in
Summer.
the summer.
You like that? Looks like a baked potato. Ain't nobody. I'm taking this seriously this time. I don't know. Karen Harding? Total guess. Who's that? Titanium. Electricity. Oh fuck, what is it? Middle? No. Easy Love? I don't know. Middle. Yes! Yes! I'm fighting back this time, man. I'm fighting back this time. I don't know any of these. I'm gonna say Heroes, because I don't think there's any of these. It could be that one. Fuck. I don't know that one. Hero. Oh, is it this one? Alesso? Don't you worry, child.
Don't you worry, child. See, heaven's got a plan for you.
Who did you vote for? Oh, so it's two people the same. Nah. It's not the nights, it's not. Or maybe Tuesday. I don't know. There. I won comfortably. Comfortably. Right. What's rap and hip hop? Will I have any chance in this one? I don't hear any music. No idea. Yeah. Don't think I'm gonna do very well at that one. Pop. Let's go back. I want to go back to pop because I feel like I don't know pop. I listened to non-stop pop on GTA. I did. I wanted to test another. Genre. I'm about to go anyway, but I just wanted to quickly try another. Bam, bam. Got tired of winning. I want to come back and win this. You beat me by 2 points, Alpaca. Oh, that was enough. It was enough. What did come from? I'm gonna win this. I'm clawing up the points. I will love. Guess artist. I'm good at this, man. Europe? Why are they playing Europe? Dill Dandon. Eurythmics. Oh my god, can I win this? Might be able to win this just. Oh. Oh, didn't quite win. Nearly. I mean, I missed the first 3 songs. Yeah, it's probably kids, man. It's probably just kids who are playing. Oh, this is fun. We should do this more. We should organize a community music night or something. Music and photo guessing night. Photo year guessing night. What is this again? I don't know. Without you? Oh yeah.
Let's get down to business.
Tiesto?
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down.
Let's go. Left foot, right foot, levitate.
Dua Lipa?
Do a leap with the baby. I had to lace my shoes for all the blessings I was chasing. If I ever slip, I fall into a better situation. So catch up, go put some cheese on it, get out and get your bread up. They always leave when you fall, but you run together. Weight of the world on my shoulders, I kept my head.
Oh no, it's fuck, it's them. It's them. Oh, it's just me, it's just us two. I totally fucked that one up. I don't know. I don't know. He's trying to sabotage me. Oh, fuck. I thought it was Justin Bieber. I thought it was Justin Bieber. I don't know. I'm gonna go with what everyone else is going with. Right, I'm done. I won. That's all that matters, right? Get the link posted again. How about French dance metal? I was like, is that a genre? Am I gay or straight? Like, what? That's a weird genre. Dance, French, R&B, alternative. What's alternative like? Trouble. It's just me. It's just me by myself. It's just me by myself. I don't know what this is. I don't know. I want to go with you. I want to go with you. Did I click one? I don't know. No idea. No idea. That was easy enough.
Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Can we start over? Can we start over?
I just guessed that from the lyrics.
And just go home and cool out. Baby, I don't think I'm the one for you. So just cool out. Baby, I don't think I'm the one for you. So cool out. Stay high. And you're standing on the edge, face up, 'cause you're a natural. I've been in harder stone. You gotta be so cold to make it in this world. Yeah, you're a natural. Me killing me singing from heartache, from the pain, taking my message from the veins, speaking my lesson
not
from the
thunder.
pain, seeing the beauty through the.
I don't know what this one is.
My disaster.
No idea. No idea. I'm gonna leave victorious. Leave while I'm ahead. Well, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Enjoyed that. I think we should do that more. You win in your head.